All right, come closer. Tonight we stumble into the shadows of 19th century London, not the glamorous world of frock coats, top hats, and fancy waistcoats, but the damp, wheezing underbelly where life drips from the rooftops and rats have names, possibly families, possibly political opinions. You're standing in a narrow alley now. It's called something like Bleeding Heart Yard or Ladle Lane, names that sound charming until you realize they're probably literal. The air smells like soot, spoiled milk, and something faintly pickled that definitely should not be. Fog curls around your boots, thick and sour, and every surface you touch feels slightly soft, and not in the good way. You hear coughing from somewhere, probably behind that shutter held closed with a fork, possibly from inside a wall. This is a Victorian slum. And friend, you probably won't survive this. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Leave a comment with the time and place you're watching this, so I can say a prayer for you and your family. May you be blessed with peace and health from above. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You shuffle deeper into the neighborhood. Every cobblestone is a gamble. Some sink when you step. Some squelch. One of them winks. You pretend you didn't see that. The buildings lean in like they're whispering secrets or arguing. Bricks flake away like old cheese rind. Windows are patched with rags or painted over newspaper. A child watches you from an upper floor through a hole the shape of Tasmania. He blinks once, solemnly, then vanishes behind a curtain made of potato sack. Victorian slums weren't just dirty. They were structurally, spiritually, and spiritually structurally unsound. Entire walls bowed outwards. Floors collapsed with alarming regularity. And some buildings walked, meaning they slowly slid across the earth like tired cows. You pass a doorway with no actual door, just a sheet. On the other side, someone is frying something in lard. You hope it's food. The population density here is astonishing. Some blocks have over 1,000 people crammed into half a dozen houses. Historians still argue whether certain alleyways had any natural light at all, or if they were simply born in darkness and never graduated. And yet, it's not silent. You hear music, a violin that might only have 2 strings. Laughter, surprisingly. A woman shouting, "Who stole my boot?" And a reply of, "Not that boot." Life hums here. Wobbles, but hums. You duck under a laundry line sagging with socks that haven't been dry since the reign of Henry VIII. A man with a basket of cabbages nods at you and continues muttering to himself in perfect iambic pentameter. And the rats. Let's talk about the rats. They're not shy. They don't scatter. They make eye contact. One of them has a bell on. He's probably the mayor. You give him a polite nod. It's said that in parts of Whitechapel and Spitalfields, the rats were so numerous and so bold that cats formed passive-aggressive alliances with them. Lucy the match girl once claimed she saw a rat stealing a baby's rattle. He seemed to need it more, she added. You pass a stand selling eels and things that look like eels but aren't. The sign is optimistic. The vendor is wearing 3 scarves and no shoes. Further on, a man is bathing his feet in a puddle and explaining to a pigeon why Queen Victoria owes him 2pence. You don't interrupt. It's a private matter. By now, your boots are soaked. Your coat smells like damp tobacco, and something keeps tickling your ankle. It might be a fern. It might be hope. Dying. You turn down a passage no wider than your shoulders. Above, a clothesline sags under the weight of what appears to be every garment in Southwark. A shirt falls and is promptly caught by a girl with excellent reflexes and terrible balance. She disappears into a basement with a yelp. Some walls here are so close together, residents can pass a cup of tea through a window without leaning, which they do, constantly. Hospitality persists, even here, and so do roving pigs. Yes, pigs, not pets, not livestock. Officially, just pigs. They roam, snuffle, and occasionally break up fights. Historians still debate whether certain slums had more pigs than dogs, or if the pigs were just more assertive. You pass a sign painted directly onto a wall. No spitting, no swearing, no falling through the floor. Only one of those is truly enforceable. Auntie Bess, who lives in the chimney, yes, waves at you through a soot-stained window. She's 91, she says, or possibly 27. I've aged oddly, she mutters. By now, the night has thickened. The slum groans in its beams. The bricks whisper of mildew and the dreams of abandoned laundry. And yet, there's a strange coziness to it, a patchwork chaos that somehow holds. You step around a puddle that smells like cabbage tea and tobacco regrets. Someone sneezes from inside a wall. A cat with half a tail leads you forward, because of course it does. And so, onward you go, into the narrow labyrinth. Welcome to the slum, where nightmares settle like chimney soot, and life presses forward anyway. You've barely begun to understand the maze when you start noticing the people. Not just silhouettes behind crooked shutters, but actual humans, moving, muttering, balancing impossible burdens and 3 toddlers on one hip like it's just another Monday. You spot a coal porter first. He's hauling a bag nearly the size of a horse, shoulders hunched from years of lifting things no one should have to lift before dawn. His cap droops over one eye, and the only part of his coat still attached is the collar, heroically clinging to dignity. He nods at you, just once, and keeps moving. Behind him, a cluster of costermongers, wheeling carts with creaky wooden wheels and shouting the day's offerings in voices rough enough to sand paint. Apples, turnips, half an apple if you smile nice. Children scurry around like wind-up toys, barefoot, mud-streaked, suspiciously fast. One is wearing what appears to be a waistcoat made of curtains. Another is using a cabbage leaf as a hat. You don't ask questions? Victorian slums weren't populated by caricatures. They were bustling, densely layered communities of workers, widows, street sellers, refugees, pickpockets, match girls, seamstresses, chimney sweeps, laundresses, and that one guy who only sells buttons shaped like Queen Victoria's face. His name is Derek. Most people didn't choose to live here. They simply couldn't afford not to. With industrialization cramming thousands into cities faster than a coal barge at payday, housing was scarce, expensive, and catastrophically unregulated. Rent devoured wages. One room could cost nearly half a worker's income, and when you earned 3p a day and worked 16 hours, that was a bitter pill to swallow without tea. So why didn't they leave? Historians still argue whether residents stayed because they lacked money, family ties, or because every attempt to move up was met with landlords who charged more for windows and less for walls that didn't fall down. You pass a woman named Dora. She's sorting rags into piles. Wearable, repairable, possibly edible. A baby sleeps on a potato sack nearby, guarded by a pigeon with strong opinions. Dora's husband is in the hospital, which can mean anything from broke his arm to revolutionary lung condition caused by Victorian wallpaper glue. She's been here her whole life. Her mother was born in the very same building, though that floor no longer exists. It collapsed in 1847 and was replaced with optimism and a wooden beam. Most residents are born here. They work here. They marry here. They age, cough, and fade here. Escape is more myth than plan, passed around with tea and the phrase, "Once I get my inheritance from Uncle Tim has been dead for 19 years and famously left nothing but a cracked teapot. In one corner, a boy named Ernest, barely 7, sells kindling tied with string. His trousers are cuffed with safety pins, and his eyes have the weary depth of someone who's already seen 3 winters too many. What's it like where you live?" he asks you, tilting his head. "Do the rats have names?" You smile politely. You don't answer, because here, even imagination costs. Above you, in a window patched with paper, a woman sings a lullaby in a language you don't recognize. Below, a man with one leg cobbles shoes with a hammer made of old pipe and spite. You notice something curious. The community. Yes. There's chaos. Yes. There's hardship and mold and more unidentifiable puddles than strictly necessary. But there's also an unspoken pact, a mutual knowing. People look out for each other in ways small and profound. Marjorie the soap boiler keeps extra stew on for children. Arnold the knife grinder sharpens tools for women with no coin. Even the landlord's boy, Jimmy, unloved by his father and universally mocked, gets a crust of bread from Dora each night because he doesn't know better yet. They may be crammed like sardines in buildings that groan with every gust of wind, but they survive, together. You're pulled aside by an old man in a wool coat held together with string. "Don't walk down Candle Street after dark," he says. "Too many shadows. Not enough candles." You nod. He nods. You both pretend this was normal. You pass a poster nailed to a leaning fence. "Public housing petition. Sign here." Half the signatures are inked. The other half are thumbprints, flour smudges, or hopeful scratches. Some still believe in better. Even here. A boy chases a wheel with a stick. A girl whistles at pigeons. A woman yells, "Albert, stop putting beetles in your pockets." Albert replies, "They're for science." You step aside for a cart loaded with washing, steam rising like tired ghosts. The woman steering it looks you over, says nothing, but hands you a potato. Boil it if you're lucky, roast it if you're rich. She vanishes down the lane, and you stand there, potato in hand, fog curling around your boots, wondering how a place so full of hardship could also hold so much life. You duck beneath a crooked lintel and step into what's cheerfully called a single room. It's advertised as private, but the term is doing some Olympic-level stretching here. There are at least 9 people inside, maybe more. It's hard to tell where one ends and another begins. A pair of feet pokes out from under a heap of blankets near the fire grate. A child sleeps in a drawer. There's someone definitely snoring from behind the stove. Or inside the stove. It's unclear. The room smells like boiled wool, old bread, and the sort of laundry that's been hanging on the same nail since the Crimean War. You tiptoe across the floor, wooden boards rubbed smooth by generations of pacing, praying, and stepping around the one spot that always gives you a splinter, and find a space near the wall that seems relatively unoccupied. Welcome to your home for the night. This is what rent gets you in a Victorian slum. One room. No privacy. One window that doesn't open or close, but somehow still lets in both wind and rain. And the goat? We'll get to the goat. Beds are optional. Most rooms have at most one frame, and the rest is a chaos of bedding on the floor. Straw-filled ticks, old coats, and piles of cloth that might once have been curtains. You sleep where you fit. The fireplace is barely functional, though it pretends otherwise with an aggressive wheeze. Above it hangs a print of Queen Victoria and Prince Albert, their faces slightly warped by heat and soot, as if even they're scandalized by the state of the room. A woman is cooking soup over the coals. You think it's soup? It contains 3 turnip peelings, something that once resembled meat, and a spoon someone dropped in weeks ago. She offers you a taste. It's smoky, mostly salt, possibly optimistic. Rooms like this were common. Entire families crammed into one space. Mother, father, grandparents, cousins, boarders, and the occasional lodger paying to sleep upright in a chair. Historians still argue whether slum overcrowding was worse in London or in places like Glasgow and Manchester. What's not debated? It was bad everywhere. You shift your weight. The floor creaks like it's considering retirement. A baby cries. Someone else coughs. The goat bleats. Yes, the goat. His name is Oswald. He belongs to no one and everyone. He wanders from room to room, eats laundry, and once scared a rent collector so thoroughly that he never returned. Oswald is therefore a hero. There's a basin in the corner for washing. Cold water only, shared by all. Toothbrushes are rare. Frayed twigs are the norm. Baths? Once a week, if you're lucky. In a tub outside, in the same water as your neighbors. After they've gone, maybe. You eye the ceiling. There's a crack that resembles the shape of Ireland. It drips when it rains. Someone has stuffed it with a sock. You don't ask why. The walls are paper thin. You hear everything next door. Arguments, lullabies, philosophical debates about whether the moon is judgmental. Francis, yes, there's always a Francis, is singing a lullaby. It's in Welsh. You don't understand a word. It makes your throat ache anyway. Personal space doesn't exist here. Privacy isn't even aspirational. It's laughable. But there is an etiquette. Don't step on the sleeping baby. Don't comment on snoring. And if someone farts, you just say, "Good health," and move on. Some rooms rent their space in shifts. If you work the night shift, you sleep during the day, and vice versa. The bed never gets cold. Neither does the floor. You're handed a cup of weak tea by a boy named Matthew. He's 11, wears 2 jackets and no shoes, and he tells you, very solemnly, don't sit near the door. It leaks judgment. You sit anyway. He nods, respectful. The room starts to quiet as the hour grows late. Coals pop in the hearth. The baby settles. The goat stops chewing your shoelace. A woman mends socks in the dim light. Her eyes flick to you once, then back to her needle. She hums a tune you remember from a music box you never owned. This is home. Cramped, cold, damp, but also warm with breath, filled with people doing their best with what's available. A strange, sleepy orchestra of survival. You wrap yourself in a scratchy blanket that smells like every decade since 1830. Someone hands you a crust of bread. It's stale. It's perfect. The floor creaks again, softer this time, and you let yourself sink into the slum's strange lullaby, half quiet, half chaos. Because here, even sleep has to be shared. You wake to the smell of something that can only be described as boiled ambition. It's coming from the hallway, or possibly from the bucket tucked just under the table in the corner. You don't ask. Your mouth tastes like old pennies and steam. Someone has already stepped on your ankle. The goat is chewing the doorframe. It's going to be a great day. Let's talk about toilets. Or rather, let's talk about the lack thereof. You stumble out into the alley behind the building, following a trickle of something you hope is just yesterday's rain. The outhouse is shared by the whole building, by every building, by the pigeons, possibly by time travelers who've given up. There are two doors. One has a latch. One has a polite warning painted in chalk. Do not open quickly. Arthur might still be in there. You open the safer one. You regret it. Victorian slum privies, more delicately called night soil closets by people who didn't have to use them, were communal, unventilated, and usually full. They perched over cesspits, which occasionally overflowed in summer, sometimes in winter too, just for variety. The smell is enough to put hair on your chest, then make it fall out in protest. The walls are plastered with bits of newspaper and one warning written in French. Il n'y a pas de retour. There is no return. The floor squelches. A rat stares at you and doesn't blink. You back out with grace, and possibly lifelong trauma. Back inside. People are queuing for the wash basin. It holds about 3 pints of water, which must now serve 8 people, a baby, and a cat named Waffles, who's very fussy about the temperature. You rinse your face with a corner of a cloth that smells faintly of vinegar and resignation. Congratulations, you're fresh for the day. Now, on to the plumbing. Or, again, the lack thereof. Most buildings here have a single water pump in the courtyard. It's hand-cranked, stubborn, and coughs up water with the velocity of a hungover snail. Sometimes it comes out brown. Sometimes it doesn't come out at all. Historians still argue whether the pumps were neglected due to poverty, indifference, or the ongoing war between the water board and the local ducks. Residents often pay a few pennies to collect water from further afield, if they can carry it. Water boys earn their bread hauling barrels through alleys so tight they need to breathe in twice just to turn around. But the worst offender, the most infamous villain in the tale of Victorian sanitation, is the drain, or, as locals call it, the drain that dreams of revenge. It's not a single pipe, but a sprawling network of half-planned gutters, cracked channels, and ditches that collect more than they deliver. Rainwater, chamber pot runoff, spilled stew, dead rats, and occasionally a misunderstood eel. During heavy rains, the drains bubble back up. During dry spells, they stew. The smell? Fermented laundry mixed with moral decay. A man named Edgar claims he once dropped his boot into the drain and pulled up someone's diary. The writing was tragic, he adds, but the grammar was worse. You walk past a tannery. The smell of boiling animal hides is legendary. It sticks to your clothes, your hair, your teeth. It whispers in your dreams. Next door is a soap factory. You'd think that would help? It doesn't. It smells like sadness dipped in lye. Between them, a woman selling hot water by the mugful. She calls it flavored steam and insists it'll clear your sinuses. It mostly clears your will to live. In some slums, the waste is so bad that walls begin to rot from the bottom up. You see one now, bowed and blistered like it's trying to escape. A man sits beside it, whistling, and explains that the brick's just tired. You nod. The brick does look tired. People here learn to live with it, work around it, know when to hold their breath, when to skip a puddle, and when to boil the kettle 3 times just to make tea that doesn't fight back. Children are taught not to step in certain corners of the alley. Rats are shooed away like noisy relatives. Women scrub floors daily, even if the soot comes back in minutes. Francis swears that vinegar neutralizes the worst smells. Ginny insists lemon peel is better. Dora suggests strong language. Marjorie just shrugs. You stop noticing. Eventually, you wonder what that means, and you kind of hope you never find out. But even with all this, leaks, rot, mystery puddles, people persist. A man is fixing a pipe with wire and determination. A boy sweeps the step outside with a twig broom, muttering a poem. Someone is scrubbing socks while humming a hymn in perfect Latin. This is the strange, steamy ballet of survival. And now that your boots are wet again, your hair smells of tan bark, and you've witnessed a drain burp up what might have been a wig, it's time to move on. Because if you linger too long, the mold might start to name you. You're hungry. Not the I skipped brunch kind of hungry, but the kind where your stomach makes sounds that could summon demons. So you follow your nose, or at least what you hope is your nose, towards something that smells vaguely edible. It's coming from a street vendor hunched over a portable stove, dishing out mystery stew from a dented pot that looks like it's seen battle. Fancy a pie? She asks. You peer into her basket. The pies are golden brown, shaped like sadness, and priced at a penny each. What's in them? You ask. She shrugs. Mostly not rat? You nod. That's enough assurance for one Victorian morning. Food in the slums is creative. It has to be. Wages don't stretch far, and neither does the imagination of a landlord who thinks crumbs are a form of seasoning. You pass a boy selling whelks in a paper cone. His hands are filthy, but he yells with the confidence of a king. Seafood, straight from the Thames, still alive, some of them. One attempts escape. He stamps it politely back into the cone. You consider your options. At the lower end of the slum culinary hierarchy are boiled potatoes, day-old bread, and onion soup with no onions. Somewhere above that, meat pies with mysterious fillings, roly-poly pudding without sugar, and tea made from leaves that were definitely steeped more than once. Then there's watercress sandwiches, the supposed health food of the working poor. You spot a girl nibbling one now. 2 pieces of damp bread folded around a handful of herbs that taste like regret. She eats it slowly, carefully, as if savoring the illusion of lunch. Historians still argue whether watercress was genuinely beloved or simply the only green thing that didn't cost a week's wages. Inside a dimly lit cookshop, you watch a woman flip eels over a griddle. The eels do not enjoy this. You don't either. But the queue behind you is long, and eels are, at least technically, Food. A man at a corner stall sells baked apples and whispers, "Extra cinnamon if you don't ask questions." You nod. He hands you one wrapped in yesterday's newspaper. You bite in. It's tart, hot, and surprisingly reassuring. Possibly because of the cinnamon. Possibly because you didn't ask questions. Food in the slum is not about fullness. It's about not being empty. A family of 6 eats from the same tin dish, seated on the floor of a room with no table. The father carves the bread with theatrical precision, handing each portion like a sacrament. A boy peeks from under the stairs, clutching a lump of cheese like treasure. He stares at you. You stare back. You both nod solemnly, cheese bonded for life. You pass a group of children fighting over a baked potato, which is immediately dropped, stepped on, and reclaimed by a dog named Margaret. Margaret is fast. The children are learning. At the far edge of the market, a woman sells hot pots. You ask what's in them. Some vegetable, she replies. Or a fish. Maybe bread. What kind of fish? The idea of a fish. You nod. You hand over your coin. The pot is hot. At least. The contents resemble stew. You eat standing up, as the locals do. Not because there are no chairs, but because chairs often hide things best left undisturbed. Inside a soup kitchen, one of the rare charitable outposts in the district, you find rows of benches and bowls of gruel. The volunteers are strict, the portions smaller than a sneeze, and the rules posted on the wall. No begging, no shouting, no talking about soup texture. You drink yours silently. It tastes like wet cardboard and faint memories. But it's warm. And right now, warm matters. Ginny, who appears whenever you least expect it, offers you a piece of stale cake. "It's my birthday," she says. "Or it was last week. Or I dreamed it." The cake is hard enough to be used as a weapon. You eat it anyway. You tell her happy birthday. She grins like it matters. And sometimes, rarely, there's a treat. Mrs. Pottle, 3 alleys down, makes meat puddings wrapped in sweet crust. No one knows what meat. No one cares. She sings while she cooks, and her puddings are so comforting, they've been known to stop arguments mid-shout. Tonight, she's out. A sign hangs on her door. Closed due to goose-related incident. No one asks. Everyone understands. Food in the slum isn't about taste. It's about tenacity, Marjorie says. Eat like it's the last food on earth, because sometimes it might be, Frances says. Chew thoughtfully. It may contain plot twists. And Lucy just smiles, biting into a carrot that she swears she grew in a tin can under her bed. You believe her, because here, dinner is never guaranteed. But somehow, people still eat, still share, still save the last bite for someone else. You finish your apple. It's gone cold, but the cinnamon lingers. You breathe out slowly, and for a moment, you are not full, but you are less empty. It's barely past sunrise, and already the alley echoes with the rhythm of hard labor, the clang of pans, the scrape of boot against stone, the unmistakable wheeze of a man trying to push a wheelbarrow with only one functioning wheel and possibly no actual purpose. You follow the flow of bodies toward the nearest factory gate, though factory is a generous word. It looks more like a giant oven someone slapped windows onto. The bricks sweat. The workers do too. Today, you've got your pick of jobs, none of which you're qualified for, and all of which might kill you. Your first option? Chimney sweeping. The master sweep. A man with one eyebrow and a laugh like coal dust eyes you up and down. Too big, he says, unless we grease you. Victorian children, boys mostly, but not exclusively, were often sent into chimneys as young as 5. Their bodies were small enough to wriggle up the narrow flues. Their lungs, tragically, were small enough to fill with soot in minutes. You politely decline. The master shrugs. Suit yourself. Little Ned's on duty. He's part squirrel. You move on. Next up, matchstick dipping. Sounds harmless, right? It involves dipping wooden splints into phosphorus paste. By hand. For hours. You meet a girl named Annie who smiles with only half her teeth. You'll feel dizzy by lunch, glowing by bedtime. She's not joking. Phossy jaw? They called it. Phosphorus necrosis. Your teeth rot. Your jawbone glows. You die slowly, spectacularly. You decide to pass on that as well. Annie shrugs. Suit yourself. More shine for me? Over in a dim warehouse, a group of women hunch over sewing tables. Their job? Button stitching? 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. In silence. Except for the supervisor, who rings a bell every time someone yawns. You try threading a needle. It breaks. The supervisor glares. The bell rings. Factory work in the slums is long, dangerous, and underpaid. Accidents happen hourly. Machinery without guards. Chemicals stored beside lunch. Ceilings prone to shedding. Historians still argue whether child labor was accepted due to tradition, desperation, or simply the absence of anyone in Parliament with a functioning conscience. Outside again, you meet a mudlark. He's 10, wears one boot and a hat made from pigeon feathers. His job? Wade through the Thames and collect whatever isn't nailed down. Bones, buttons, bits of rope, discarded treasure. He shows you his finds. Half a pipe, a horse tooth, and what might be Queen Victoria's missing brooch. He sells the lot for 2pence, spends 1 penny on food, the rest on a whistle. Next, costermongering. You help Ginny set up a cart of withered pears and cabbage that smells like old gossip. Keep shouting, she says. Shout like you mean it. Pears, you yell. Louder. These pears are probably legal. A customer appears, gives you a look, buys 2, and wanders off muttering. You're a natural. But it's not all shouting and cabbage. There's competition. There are bribes. And there's the stall tax, an unofficial payment to the local boys who'll tip your cart if you don't pay. Lucy calls them tiny capitalists. They call themselves entrepreneurs. Some girls take in laundry. You try helping with the washboard. After 3 shirts and 1 mysterious stain that will not go away, you develop forearms of steel and a mild grudge against flannel. Frances, always a step ahead, offers a different career. Armpit plucking. You stare. She grins. Some gentlemen don't like hair. I oblige. 2pence per pit. You respectfully decline. By afternoon, the streets fill with returning workers. Some limp. Some cough. All look like they've been fighting ghosts made of steam. A woman who sews umbrellas collapses in the alley. No one panics. Someone fetches a rag. Someone else brings weak tea. They prop her against a crate and carry on. This is normal. Marjorie once worked at a hat factory. She left when her boss tried to pay her in ribbons. I like hats, she said, but not that much. The rarest luxury here? Consistency, work changes, factories close, machines break, Hands get cut. You meet a man named Robert who once painted toy soldiers. Lost the job when I painted all the faces blue. Artistic decision, he says with no remorse. Even beggars compete. One carries a sign that reads, "Formerly respectable." Another simply coughs rhythmically until people hand over coins just to make it stop. And yet, through all this chaos, people still work, not because they love it, but because there's no other option. Auntie Joan, the butcher's assistant, sums it up. You either work or you get buried. Eventually, someone digs you up and hires you again. By nightfall, your clothes are soaked, your hands blistered, and your head buzzing from either phosphorus or cabbage. You slump onto a stoop beside a man carving spoons from driftwood. First day? He asks. You nod. He hands you a spoon. Use it to eat, or sell, or dig your way out. And with that, you close your eyes, not out of peace, out of pure Victorian exhaustion. You awake to the sound of bells, not cheerful bells, not cathedral bells. These are smaller, sharper, bells tied to the ankles of a woman yelling at a wall. Welcome to Folklore Hour. Victorian slums weren't just physical places. They were steeped in stories, whispered truths, superstitions sticky as treacle. When plumbing leaks, wages vanish, and ceiling beams creak louder than the landlord, people invent other explanations, sometimes magical, sometimes ridiculous, always loud. You follow the bell lady, Mags is her name, who claims to be a doorway guardian for Gutter Alley. She's wearing 9 scarves, 2 hats, and 1 shoe on her hand. Keep moving west after sunset, she warns. East is where shadows learn your name. You nod. Of course. You were definitely planning to go west. Children gather in a crooked yard to swap stories. One girl insists she saw a man made entirely of fog. He offered her a coin that melted in her hand. Might have been butter, she admits, but spooky butter. Ginny arrives with a jar. Ghost in here, she says proudly. I caught it sneezing. The jar contains a single feather and a button. The ghost remains silent. Superstition is thick here. It flavors the air like coal dust and hope. If your window creaks open in the night, it's not wind. It's old Mrs. Latchwell, returning to check if you've paid your debts. A dead tooth in a cup? Bad luck unless buried under a chimney stone. Found a coin heads down? Flip it, kiss it, and throw it over your shoulder, or the rats will hold a meeting about you. Historians still argue whether these stories served as coping mechanisms, oral traditions, or just very elaborate ways to pass time in the absence of Netflix. You pass a boy drawing chalk symbols on the wall. Keeps the drain ghosts out, he says. They don't like triangles. Frances swears her soap never dries because a ghost called Benjamin keeps it damp out of spite. Marjorie claims a spirit once whispered a biscuit recipe into her ear during a thunderstorm. She tried it. It was terrible. In the tenement's attic, someone's hung bones from string. They clatter when the wind blows. Keeps the goblins from sneaking in, says a man polishing a horseshoe with honey. Goblins hate noise and bees. You glance at Frances. She shrugs. It's London. Everything hates something. There's a superstition for everything. New shoes? Bad luck unless worn over last year's socks. Black cat? Lucky unless it looks judgmental. Broken mirror? Not 7 years of bad luck. 7 months of unwanted visitors. Lucinda, who sweeps chimneys and reads fortunes from soot patterns, offers to read yours. She smears your palm with ash, squints, and says, "You're either going to inherit a pig farm or step in something dreadful, possibly both." The line between real and imagined here is thinner than the walls. People leave plates of breadcrumbs by the hearth to feed the air. They paint symbols on the undersides of doors. One family refuses to sleep on Tuesdays because that's when the dreams leak sideways. You pass a sign etched into the brick near the water pump. No whistling after dark. Not after last time. No one explains. No one needs to. At dusk, people gather to tell stories by candlelight. Not the cheerful kind. The why you should never trust a fiddle player kind. Tonight's tale. The Mudman of Mulberry Court. He rises when the drains clog. He smells like sadness and carries a lantern filled with old soup. If he knocks on your door, don't answer. Unless you're wearing someone else's hat. You look down. Wrong hat. You back away slowly. There's music too, played on bent fiddles, wheezy concertinas, and spoons slapped against thighs. Songs about starless nights, coal fires, lost buttons, and the girl who fell in love with a ghost and married a chimney instead. Ginny sings quietly about a shadow that lives under the stairs and steals socks, only if they're loved. She has a lovely voice. You stop breathing for the length of a verse. Mags is dancing again. Her bells jingle like alarm clocks, having a nervous breakdown. "You must confuse the spirits," she says. "They hate when you zigzag." You zigzag politely away. Despite how odd it all sounds, the beliefs feel safe, as if they wrap the slum in another layer, one you can't see but can feel. When the buildings groan at night, it's not because they're collapsing. It's because they're full of old stories that refuse to settle. Aunt paints chalk lines above the doorway. She doesn't explain. No one asks. They just nod. Because in a place where boots leak, food vanishes, and roofs sigh in sleep, a good story can be stronger than a lock. You press a finger to one of the brick symbols. It's warm. Maybe from the sun. Maybe from something else. Evening stretches across the slum like a damp blanket. The light dims to a grayish smear, and the fog thickens just enough to make every shape feel vaguely threatening. And here come the boots. Loud ones. Official ones. Policing, if you can call it that, has arrived. You duck into a doorway as a pair of constables clomp past, their greatcoats swinging like theatrical curtains. One is eating a pickled egg. The other is scribbling in a notebook that, from this distance, may actually be upside down. Victorian slum policing was a fascinating blend of performative authority and impressive avoidance skills. The goal, generally, was to appear at the scene of a crime just after it ended, or just long enough to say, "Move along, nothing to see," while actively not looking at anything. You step back out. No one's impressed. Children keep playing. The market keeps shouting. A woman is selling potato peelings in a cone and glaring at a constable like she dares him to comment. He doesn't. Inside one tenement, a man hides under a table while his wife insists loudly that he's been out for hours. The constable nods. He's seen this play before. The poor are not policed like the rich. They are monitored, poked at, occasionally arrested for loitering while tired, and frequently inspected for moral failings. Moral inspectors. Now they were something. Usually well-dressed women with notebooks, righteous eyebrows, and the ability to detect a faintly wrinkled apron from 20 paces. They knock on doors, peer into rooms, and ask helpful questions like, "Have you considered working harder?" Francis once offered one a biscuit laced with sarcasm. The inspector took 3. You pass a chalked message near a stoop. Tell the inspector, I'm out. Forever. Ideally. Historians still argue whether inspectors helped anyone or simply made the poor more skilled at hiding their flaws behind teapots. There's a constable everyone calls Bent George. He mostly patrols pubs, collects free pints, and forgets his own badge number. One night, he fell into a cabbage cart and insisted he was conducting a raid on smuggling. He stayed there until morning. The cabbages never pressed charges. You wander past a building that's just a facade, no walls behind it. It's kept upright by hope and one stubborn sparrow. A crowd gathers near the pump, where a fight has broken out over a borrowed kettle. The constable arrives, sighs, and says, "Just share the bloody thing." Someone hurls a boot. It misses. Everyone laughs, including him. Theft is common, but it's usually petty. Food, coal, soap. A boy steals a loaf and runs. The baker shrugs. He'll bring it back if it's stale. One time, someone stole an entire door, just lifted it off the hinges and walked away. The family inside now uses a curtain and considerable optimism. Crime here isn't organized. It's personal, messy, mostly reactive. The underworld is really just the same world with a different hat on. Aunt was once questioned for harboring delinquents. She pointed to her knitting basket and said, "Only crimes I know of involve dropped stitches and overdue rent." They left quickly. But there is a kind of justice, informal, street managed. If someone cheats, they're shamed. If someone hurts another, they're watched. Not by police, by everyone else. The old woman who sells buttons. The boy with one eye and perfect memory. The goat? Probably. You pass a poster tacked to a lamppost. Reward. Information about the mystery sock thief. Below it, a hand-scrawled reply. Check the dog. He limps suspiciously. You keep walking. At a crossroads, a man has set up a court of common complaints. It's just a crate and a chalkboard. People queue to vent grievances. Sarah stole my spoon. Your spoon was cursed. I liked it that way. Aunt settles disputes with biscuits. Ginny says nothing solves an argument faster than shared cake. Francis prefers interpretive dance. You hear laughter as a constable gets stuck in a gate. No one helps. He eventually removes his belt and wiggles free with the dignity of a startled duck. Law, in the slums, is a strange ballet. One foot in control, the other slipping constantly on cabbage water. Most residents don't trust police, or inspectors, or reformers who write essays on poverty without ever setting foot in it. What they trust is each other. Shared signals, door knocks, gossip. That one woman who knows everything 2 days before it happens. You walk past her. She looks you over. "You're lucky," she says. "You smell like someone else's trouble." You're not sure what that means. You nod anyway. The fog thickens. A whistle blows somewhere in the dark. A man runs. No one follows. No one cares. And above it all, the slum continues. Watching. Breathing. Grumbling softly as the night police stomp in and out like actors unsure of their lines. You sit on a step. The lamplight flickers, And somewhere behind you, the goat is definitely stealing a helmet. The next morning arrives sideways, not with sunlight, but with a kind of grayish ambition, the sort of light that slinks into the alley like it owes rent. You stretch, crack your neck, and immediately regret sleeping next to the stairs, where every passerby tripped, coughed, or made gentle commentary about your snoring. Today, you're going to see if slums change. Spoiler, they try. A little. But like your uncle's sideburns, the effort is noble, yet fundamentally doomed. You start your day by walking past a row of model tenements. They were built with the best of intentions and the worst of budgets. Clean brickwork, narrow staircases, and plumbing that worked exactly once, on opening day, when a duchess came to admire it and promptly fainted from the smell. Victorian reformers loved the idea of improving the poor. Not with money or proper wages, of course, heaven forbid, but with architecture, straight walls, strong moral fibers, and windows too high for looking out of. You meet a man named Cecil, who was moved into one such tenement 3 months ago. Supposed to be better, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. Not sure why. Now we all just cough in harmony. The ceilings leak less. The doors creak less. The rats are slightly more refined. But the problems, overcrowding, bad food, the whiff of disappointment in the wallpaper, persist. You pass a charity housing experiment called Hope House. It contains 12 families, one shared privy, and exactly zero hope. Someone's graffitied "Send biscuits" on the front stoop in chalk. Historians still argue whether these charitable buildings did any real good, or simply made it easier to forget that the same families were still working 12-hour days and eating pickled shoe leather for supper. Some attempts were more eccentric. One philanthropist designed a healthful slum made entirely of cement and bright pink paint. The walls sweated in summer. Children stuck to them. Rats, offended by the color scheme, refused to move in. You visit a soup kitchen attached to a mission house. It offers porridge, pamphlets, and pointed stairs. The porridge is thin, the pamphlets are thick, and the stairs are free of charge. A preacher begins a sermon on cleanliness. No one is listening. Francis, who snuck in just for the spoonful of jam, whispers, "We bathe in sarcasm here." Reformers talk about slum morality as if poor people are all a few clean tiles away from sainthood. You pass a poster. Wash your soul and your socks, preferably both. Ginny points out that soul washing isn't possible without warm water, or soap, or patience. The street you're on used to be a cesspit. It's been revitalized into a people's garden. It contains 3 wilted daisies, a bench made of planks that bite, and a sign that says, "Do not hope too hard." Still, the residents try. A girl has planted leeks in a tin tub. A man painted a mural of a cat dancing with Queen Victoria. It's confusing, but oddly soothing. You duck inside an old tenement where a wellness inspector once claimed people should be grateful for 4 solid walls. The back wall is missing. The breeze is polite. Sometimes the reformers came to listen. Usually they left after a dramatic cough. One once fainted into a puddle of dubious origin and was never seen again. Lucy claims the puddle absorbed her out of protest. You pass a new project. Rows of identical gray buildings, all freshly painted, all with signs reminding residents to value dignity. Someone's graffitied a mustache on every sign. Inside, The rooms are cleaner? Yes. There's space? Yes. But the rent? Still absurd. The rules? Nonsensical. One mother was evicted for hanging laundry on the wrong day. And so, many return. Back to the slums they know. The crooked rooms. The noisy drains. The goat who won't judge your soup. Because as grim as it is, the slum has community. People who'll share a loaf, a story, a stare when you walk in wearing your socks inside out. Back in the older district, you find a courtyard filled with music. A boy is playing a tin whistle, badly but enthusiastically. A woman sings a lullaby in Polish. The goat is conducting. Someone's roasting chestnuts over a trash fire. Someone else is fixing a shoe with string and determination. Someone is teaching a child to juggle potatoes. Here, everything wobbles. Everything leaks. But somehow, it still stands. Because you can't reform a place without understanding what holds it together. It's not the bricks. It's the people. It always was. It's your last day here. Though time in the slum has lost shape, like porridge left too long in the pot. Morning, night, mid-afternoon, blur together in a kind of soot-stained shuffle. You find yourself walking slower now, not out of fatigue, though that's present, but because you don't want to miss the last flickers, the strange, stubborn pulse of this place. Today, you're watching people leave, or trying to. A young man, Samson, lugs a suitcase tied shut with twine. He's got a job offer in Camden, working at a warehouse with actual floors. He hugs his grandmother, then walks down the alley without looking back. The suitcase bursts open before he reaches the corner. 2 shirts, 1 photo, and a spoon clatter out. A boy scrambles to help him gather it all. No questions, no fuss, just quiet assistance. Samson says nothing. He ties the suitcase again. He leaves. People do get out. Sometimes. Aunt once saved for 5 years and opened a tiny tea room near Limehouse. It lasted 3 months. She returned with exactly 4 teaspoons, 2 chairs, and a new resolve to knit in silence when people ask stupid questions. Marjorie's cousin became a postwoman. Frances almost married a grocer. Lucy went to live with her aunt in Essex for 2 weeks. She came back smelling of lavender and betrayal. The slum pulls people in and pulls them back, not through magic, through mathematics. Rent here is still lower than elsewhere. Work, though miserable, is familiar. And family, even in a building missing half its windows, is family. Historians still argue whether people returned out of necessity or nostalgia. Ginny says it's both. Out there, you're poor and alone. In here, you're poor and someone borrows your socks. It's nicer. You pass a woman folding shirts into a case. She's talking softly. If the train's late, I'll go tomorrow. If it rains, I'll wait. If the baby sneezes, I'll stay. The baby sneezes. She stays. Not everyone wants to go. Some have carved a life here. A rhythm. Frances says she's not leaving until the goat learns Latin. Oswald sneezes. She takes that as a maybe. There's power in knowing your neighbor, in yelling down 3 floors. Is your fire still lit? And hearing? Just barely, but bring a tin of tea. You see it again and again. People taking care, in subtle, quiet ways. A shared potato, a borrowed comb, a lullaby hummed through the wall. A boy trips in the street. 3 people help him up. One dusts him off. Another hands him a toffee. No one says a word. They all keep walking. A woman hangs laundry between two buildings with a rope made from old corsets. A girl brings her clothespins. The wind steals a bonnet. Someone 3 doors down catches it without looking up. Leaving the slum is hard. Staying is hard too. But here, at least, the hardships have a familiar shape. The alley curves just so. The floorboard near the stairs always groans twice. You walk back through the district one last time. Past the shouting vendors, the chalk markings, the door that squeaks like a sarcastic goose. Past the boy who juggles 3 onions with a confidence he absolutely hasn't earned. You pass Oswald the goat. He looks at you, snorts once, and resumes chewing a pamphlet about housing reform. Good taste. And the people? They continue. Not with triumph, not with grandeur, but with shoes tied in knots, hearts wrapped in borrowed ribbon, and an endless capacity to laugh, even if the joke is just a puddle that smells like soup and regret. You pass Aunt's building. She's sweeping the front step, muttering that the soot is worse than gossip today. She sees you. She nods. That's it. Then you nod. She hands you a hard biscuit. For the road. You bite into it. It cracks a tooth and tastes like affection. You walk away, but only for now, because once you've lived among cracked bricks and kind hands, among leaky roofs and echoing lullabies, part of you always carries it. Even when you forget the smell of boiled socks, the sound of 17 people sharing soup, and the feel of coal dust on your sleeves. You'll still remember the warmth in the smallest room, the smile behind the curtain, the candle someone lit just because they hoped you'd return. And you might. Even just to check if the drain ghosts finally learned manners. And now, let your thoughts slow. Let the noise drift back into the fog. The footsteps, the kettles, the quiet voices under windows too small to see through. You're safe now, outside the walls of brick and smoke. But part of you still carries their rhythm, their softness, their quiet, unspoken strength. The slum sleeps again, not peacefully, perhaps, but deeply, as it always has, as it always will. Let the flickering gaslight fade from your memory. Let the steam and soot unravel into a softer darkness. You can rest now. You've seen the worst and best of a world held together by string, stubbornness, and secondhand buttons. Take a slow breath. Let it go. The floorboard creaks no more. The night has tucked in every sound. Sleep finds you gently. Not all escapes are loud. Some are simply the quiet act of closing your eyes and knowing you've seen something real, something ragged and beautiful. You're warm. You're still. You're far from the fog. But you're not alone. Never truly. Not while you carry the soft memory of a place that was broken. And still, somehow, kind. Good night. What weird things Victorians ate and called delicacies. We dive into a world of delicacies so questionable, you may begin to question the very idea of taste. Your eyes adjust to the flicker of a gas lamp. A velvet curtain swishes shut behind you. You're in a Victorian dining room now. High ceilings, mahogany everything, and the unsettling smell of something. Boiled. Very recently boiled. On a silver platter, before you lies a dish so haunting it could be mistaken for a prank. A boiled calf's head, set upright in a quivering mold of savory jelly. Its eyelids are closed, as if it too regrets arriving at this dinner. You may think you've seen strange meals before. But here, in the heart of Britain's most prudish era, the boundary between food and spectacle is not just blurred, it's practically illegal to you lean closer. The jelly glistens under candlelight, and the outlines of the calf's lips are pressed delicately against its transparent sarcophagus. Victorians didn't just eat, they performed consumption like it was opera. And in this performance, the overture begins with a gelatinous bovine head, possibly garnished with parsley. The dish is called calf's head in aspic, and no, it wasn't considered strange. It was celebratory, a centerpiece, a way of saying, we've conquered nature and made it firm, cold, and mildly lemon-scented. You take a spoon, silver, engraved with a family crest, and gently carve a wobbly scoop from the side. The jelly breaks with a wet sigh. Inside, tongue, cheek, possibly some eye matter, all lovingly boiled until submission. It's said Queen Victoria herself had a fondness for meat and jelly, though historians still argue whether she ever actually allowed calf face on her personal menu. The Victorians inherited their love of gelatin from earlier centuries, when having the means to boil bones for hours signified wealth. Only the affluent could afford the time, and servants needed to stew calf's feet long enough to summon that clear, glossy jelly. In the absence of refrigerators, the jelly even preserved meat for days, if you didn't mind the smell. But the head was special. The Victorians adored the symbolism. A boiled calf's head meant you had access to the whole animal: cheek, brain, tongue, and prestige. You weren't just a beef eater, you were a face eater. Someone once described the dish as a marvel of the domestic arts, that someone had clearly never made eye contact with their dinner before carving it. And if you think that's disturbing, brace yourself. The head was often served with something called brain sauce. That's right, simmered and sieved calf's brains, seasoned with lemon, salt, and occasionally nutmeg. It was poured gently over the steaming skull, because apparently, sauce from the brain completes the full circle of culinary domination. In cookbooks, like Mrs. Beeton's Book of Household Management, recipes for boiled calf's head were common. Mrs. Beeton, the Julia Child of her time, detailed each step with a kind of stern motherly charm, including how to remove the eyes before serving, or leave them in if you were feeling bold. She also noted that you could reuse the bones to make more jelly, because nothing should go to waste, not even your dignity. Oddly enough, boiled heads weren't confined to high society. Poorer households would occasionally prepare similar dishes using sheep's heads or pigs' faces, which were cheaper but no less alarming. The common thread was respect for the animal, or at least a desire not to waste it. In that sense, the Victorians were incredibly sustainable. Disturbing, but sustainable. And don't think for a moment that these were rustic country meals. No, these gelatinous face sculptures were regulars at formal dinners. Guests would applaud their arrival, often unsure whether to eat or propose to them. Servants would slice portions with a kind of ritual solemnity, avoiding eye sockets when possible. Children were taught not to giggle when the tongue slid free. One popular variation was mock turtle soup, which we'll sadly meet later. But the boiled calf's head was the base for that, too. It's not enough that the head be displayed. Bits of it had to be repurposed across the meal, recycled like emotional trauma. Fringe tales tell of heads decorated with piped mashed potatoes or even thin slices of truffle to create expressive eyebrows. Was it art? Horror? Dinner? Yes. Your spoon now rests in a cold puddle of jelly, and the candle beside you flickers. The room smells like bone broth and moral ambiguity. Somewhere, a clock chimes 9. You wonder who the first person was to look at a young cow and think, that'll do nicely in my pudding mold. As you lean back in your chair, surrounded by the quiet ghosts of etiquette and simmered skulls, you start to realize this is only the beginning. You haven't even touched the eels yet. You leave the parlor of boiled heads behind, your footsteps muffled on thick Victorian carpeting, and find yourself descending into the cobblestoned, fog-slicked alleyways of East London. A low mist hangs heavy around the flickering glow of a gas lamp, and from a half-open door wafts the unmistakable smell of something damp and distinctly aquatic. You're about to meet the other slithering star of Victorian cuisine, the humble eel, specifically eels inside pies. You step through the doorway and into a pie shop. It's small, cramped, and warm in that steamy, vaguely questionable way. A glass counter displays golden pastries stacked like edible bricks. But what really grabs your attention is the bubbling tray of gelatinous meat beside them. There they are, dozens of small eels, chopped into segments, glistening in a globby sauce that seems to defy gravity. Welcome to the world of jellied eels, a food so beloved by working-class Victorians that it practically counts as a personality trait. It's not just the texture that's bold, it's the audacity. Imagine fish that looks like rubber bands and tastes like pond soup. Then suspend that in bone broth gelatin. Add vinegar. Serve cold. You flinch as a slice of eel pie is lifted for you. The crust is flaky, sure, but inside, little coiled loops of eel flesh, their pale edges curling like quotation marks in meat form. It smells faintly of the Thames on a Tuesday. Now, you may wonder how this became a thing. The answer lies in geography. London was practically built on eels. The Thames was once choked with them, fat, squirming, river noodles just waiting to be caught. And unlike other fish, eels didn't spoil quickly, making them ideal for urban diets before refrigeration. By the 1800s, eel was the fast food of London. Cheap, easy to cook, and abundant. That it resembled edible plumbing was just a bonus. You chew. It's chewy. The flavor is vaguely like fish that lived too long and died politely. The Victorians, of course, seasoned it with parsley and white pepper, and then added something called liquor. Not booze. This liquor is a green, starchy sauce made from the water eels were boiled in, thickened with flour and parsley. Some accounts suggest a splash of eel broth was seen as restorative, although historians still argue whether this was just a way to justify not throwing it out. But eel wasn't just for pies. Wealthier households sometimes served elvers, or baby eels, fried in butter until crisp. These were called whitebait, and Charles Dickens mentions them fondly, though he also describes them as curiously shriveled, much like the moral compass of a society that thought deep-frying infant eels was classy. And yes, children loved eels. There's a strange, almost maternal joy in Victorian records describing young boys with eel pies in their laps and grease on their cheeks. It was the kind of snack you bought from a corner vendor, wrapped in paper, to be eaten as you skipped school or ran errands. You know, wholesome. But perhaps most fascinating of all is the eel's spiritual significance. For some, eels represented endurance, resilience, even mystery. They were born far away in the Sargasso Sea, then somehow found their way back to Britain's rivers, like scaly postal workers of fate. Of course, no one could explain how. Victorian science tried to dissect them for answers, only to discover, awkwardly, that male and female eels looked almost identical until maturity. Theories abounded. Were eels just spontaneous river magic? Were they born from mud? Did they reproduce through sheer will? Historians still debate eel life cycles to this day, though now with fewer bonnets and more microscopes. You finish the pie, chewing past the tailbone like a Victorian champion. Your hands are sticky with eel liquor. You dab your lips with a linen napkin and try not to think about how much of that eel probably absorbed Thames pollution. Fact: the river during this era was basically a broth of sewage, chemicals, and the occasional bloated corpse. But eels, they thrived in it, possibly because of it. Some claimed eel pies helped purify the blood. Others swore by them as hangover cures. And a few daring socialites even hosted eel suppers, complete with poetry readings and warm beer. Picture candlelit toasts over plates of slithery seafood, accompanied by verses about the glory of empire and digestion. Of course, eel vendors had their own fashion. The pie and mash man wore a white apron, sleeves rolled up, ladling eel bits like a maestro. His cart smelled like wet socks and pride. Some even added oysters, though these were considered vulgar by purists. After all, if it's not fully tubular, is it even Victorian? But time wears everything down, even enthusiasm for jellied eels. As the 20th century tiptoed in, tastes began to shift. Eels, once symbols of nourishment, started to slink out of fashion. Refrigeration meant variety. Imported foods offered options. And perhaps most damning, young people began to ask, why are we eating slime snakes and crust? Yet the eel never truly vanished. In small corners of East London today, the tradition lives on. There are still shops, still steamy counters, still bottles of malt vinegar waiting to splash on those wobbling chunks of gelatinous heritage. You exit the pie shop, belly full, unsure whether you've been nourished or challenged. The street outside smells faintly of coal smoke and regret. You turn a corner, and there, yes, there's more. Another dish awaits. This one involves toast. Sort of. You shuffle into a narrow kitchen lit by a single oil lamp, where the scent is not entirely unpleasant, but somehow melancholy. A kettle simmers. A slice of bread, well, former bread, is being slowly charred over the fire. Not toasted to golden comfort, burnt, then dunked. Welcome to your next Victorian delicacy. Toast water. Yes, toast water. A recipe so devoid of joy. It practically curls inward and apologizes for existing. You watch as a solemn housemaid dunks the scorched bread into warm water, lets it steep like an old sock, then strains it into a chipped mug. No sugar, no milk, no dignity, just hydrated carbon and the hushed dreams of a digestive tract. Why? Well, toast water was considered a remedy for everything. Upset stomach? Toast water. Nervous exhaustion? Toast water. Bad dreams. Financial ruin. Or the Victorian tendency to repress all emotion. Toast water. It's a culinary placebo, flavored by the same logic that brought you bleeding with leeches and swallowing mercury pills. You lift the mug. The liquid is pale brown, like tea's depressed cousin. You sip. It tastes faintly of dust and scorched memory. The aftertaste is oddly philosophical. This was a staple in sick rooms. Doctors prescribed it with authority. There's something uniquely Victorian about boiling the life out of something, then trying to drink it back into your body. The theory was that burnt bread contained soothing charcoal elements. And technically, it does. Activated charcoal is used today for certain poisons. But this is just crunchy regret in steeped form. Historians still argue whether toast water actually helped anyone, or if it merely gave caretakers something to do besides panic. There are records, meticulously kept, of course, of upper-class families preparing daily toast water for their invalids. Some even infused it with lemon peel or cinnamon, which feels a bit like dressing up a ghost. The working class, on the other hand, kept it plain. Just one slice of yesterday's loaf, charred until brittle, then bathed and served lukewarm. You're told not to drink it too fast. It's said to settle the humors, but it mostly settles your expectations. And the thing is, Victorians weren't just drinking toast water out of desperation. They believed in it. It was written up in medical texts, included in cookbooks under restorative diets. One pamphlet even suggests it could replace broth, which is bold, coming from something that smells like haunted cereal. You begin to notice how toast water fits a pattern, one where texture, pleasure, and spice were often sacrificed on the altar of morality. This wasn't just food, it was virtue. Simplicity was purity. The less flavor you indulged in, the more spiritually hygienic you were. You weren't sick. You were pious. Of course, not everyone took it so seriously. Servants and lower-class families sometimes used toast water as a base for weak beer or gruel, just to stretch what little they had. It wasn't culinary, it was economical. A clever way to make something out of almost nothing. But for wealthier households, it became part of a bizarre health culture. Picture a fainting lady on a chaise longue, sipping toast water from fine china, dabbing her forehead with rose water, and thinking vaguely of Byron. It wasn't just a drink, it was a lifestyle. This was the same culture that produced slippery elm water and beef tea, both of which we'll mercifully avoid tonight. Though to be honest, beef tea was exactly what it sounded like. Meat boiled until the water tasted like effort. You notice your body reacting to the toast water in a strange way, not with satisfaction, but submission. It's like your stomach shrugs and says, "Fine, we'll work with it." Your taste buds, meanwhile, are on strike. For the record, toast water is still occasionally suggested in modern wellness circles, usually under some pseudoscientific detox plan with a $40 ebook. But the Victorian version was less glamorous and more damp. Always room temperature. Always served with the solemnity of a priest anointing the sick. You glance at the remainder in your mug and feel both hydrated and betrayed. You didn't know water could taste tired. Still, it has a quiet comfort, like a warm hug from someone who's never actually hugged before. And oddly, you can imagine how, in the aching quiet of a gas-lit bedroom, with wind scraping against the windows, this bland little drink might have felt like kindness, or at least an excuse to delay the next spoonful of jellied eel. In some corners of the empire, toast water was even sent by post to distant relatives in times of illness, carefully bottled, labeled, and wrapped. You can picture the confusion of a customs officer unwrapping a damp jar labeled toast water with sympathy. There were variants, of course. Some recipes added sugar, honey, or even rum. These were often scorned as indulgent. Real toast water drinkers took it straight, because that's how you built character and indigestion. You finish your mug. It feels symbolic, like you've graduated from a very quiet, soggy university. Your reward? The promise of solid food. Sort of. Because coming up next is something spiky, earthy, and oddly adorable, until it's in your mouth. Yes, we're headed to the hedgerows, where small creatures meet big flames, and the line between survival food and gourmet novelty gets drawn in clay. But first, take a breath. Let the toast water settle. Let it wrap around your innards like a gentle apology. You're doing beautifully. The kitchen fades. You find yourself walking along a winding dirt path framed by hawthorn and bramble, where the smell of wood smoke curls lazily from a campfire just beyond the hedgerow. The sky above is velvet blue, tinged with the lingering orange of a Victorian sunset. In the clearing, a low fire crackles. Something round and earthy sits nestled in the coals. A small puff of clay cracks open, revealing your next meal: roast hedgehog. Yes, you heard that correctly. And no, it wasn't a prank or a punishment. It was a genuine delicacy for some communities, especially Romani families, who mastered the art of cooking these spiky little creatures in ways the average Victorian noble couldn't begin to imagine. The preparation was simple, practical, and ingenious. First, the hedgehog was cleaned, not dequilled, mind you. Then it was coated in a thick layer of wet clay and nestled right into the fire. As the clay baked, the spines would fuse into the crust. Once cracked open, the clay came away in one smooth piece, taking the prickly bits with it and leaving tender, fragrant meat behind. You watch the process, mesmerized. The cracked clay resembles a little meteorite, and the scent that escapes it is not unlike slow-roasted pork with a grassy edge. The hedgehog itself? Small, golden brown, and lightly singed, yet somehow elegant in its modesty. Romani cooks sometimes season the meat with herbs foraged nearby: thyme, wild garlic, even nettle. No silver forks, no jelly molds, just fire, earth, and instinct. To Victorian society, this dish occupied a strange, uneasy space. It was regarded by the upper classes with a mixture of fascination and horror: exotic, rustic, and undeniably other. While some praised the Romani people for their resourcefulness, others scoffed, muttering that such meals were unfit for civilization. You know, because civilization apparently required meat to jiggle in aspic or hide in pies. Still, historians continue to debate whether some rural English families adopted the dish themselves, especially in hard times. There are records, quiet, ashamed ones, of hedgehog recipes scribbled between pages of more respectable fare in old cookbooks, often labeled for the desperate, as if desperation were a flavor category. You pluck off a bite. The texture is soft, almost flaky, with a rich, nutty undertone. Think slow-roasted rabbit, but with a whiff of the forest floor. There's something oddly comforting about it, until you remember the animal's natural state, curled in a defensive ball of needles, minding its own business. The hedgehog's symbolic weight in the Victorian imagination cannot be overstated. They were creatures of folklore, protectors of gardens, portents of luck, little walking pincushions of British countryside charm. To eat one was to blur the boundary between fairy tale and hunger. That didn't stop enterprising Victorian entrepreneurs from trying to sell them. Of course, one 1870s London market allegedly offered singed hedge pig, prepared in Romani fashion for the daring gourmand. Naturally, it was advertised as both foreign and quaint, terms that here mean weird but profitable. It's worth noting that Romani cooking, in general, terrified Victorian society. Their free-form recipes, lack of written measurements, and earthy ingredients clashed violently with the empire's obsession for order. The Victorians were all about uniformity, portion control, and starch, while Romani cuisine was fluid, seasonal, and intuitive. The result? Cultural tension, with a side of culinary envy. Because here's the thing, the roast hedgehog was good. It didn't require a household of servants. It didn't demand bone broth or clarified aspic. It was honest, simple, delicious, and that terrified the upper crust, who saw such foods as a threat to the social order, as if a perfectly cooked forest creature might dismantle colonialism. You sit back by the fire, licking clay flakes from your fingers. The warmth seeps into your bones. The flickering glow paints shadows on the trees, and you can almost hear distant fiddle music, perhaps real, perhaps remembered. Someone offers you a second helping. You take it without hesitation. Etiquette has long since packed up and left. As the fire crackles, someone recites an old tale about a hedgehog who outsmarted a fox and won a princess. You smile, chewing thoughtfully, wondering if this is the same hedgehog. Probably not. Hopefully. Nearby, a folded bit of parchment reveals a scribbled recipe. Hedgehog, clay roasted, serve with nettle butter and boiled roots. No garnish, no aspic, no shame. You can't help but compare it to the drawing rooms of London, where cucumber sandwiches were dissected for their social implications and where one's table setting was more important than the flavor of the food itself. Out here, the only etiquette is don't burn your fingers. It's strangely liberating, and perhaps that's why the dish remains lodged in Victorian memory, not just as food, but as symbol. A rebellion in the form of roasted wildlife, a quiet defiance baked into clay. You brush your hands clean and rise, the night air carrying the scent of thyme and charcoal. The path ahead curves toward civilization once more. But don't worry, you're not going straight back to silver platters. First, you're going to stop at something that may look beautiful, but is hiding something truly sinister under all that shimmer. You're not done with jelly. Oh no. The Victorian obsession with gelatin is only just getting started. You're back in the drawing room now, where the chandelier glitters like a judgmental galaxy, and the wallpaper seems to whisper, "Are you sure you belong here?" A long table stretches before you, gleaming with polish and silent with anticipation. At the center of it all, bathed in candlelight, stands a trembling monolith, a multicolored, multi-layered, meat-laced gelatin tower. It quivers with purpose. You approach carefully, lest it collapse. Inside the clear jelly you spot. What is that? Ham? Eggs? Is that a lone shrimp? And a pea, suspended mid-descent, like it died trying to escape? Welcome to the next act in the Victorian Culinary Symphony, the gelatin obsession. It's not just dessert anymore. Victorians fell hard for gelatin, not the sugary, fruit-colored stuff we know today, but the real kind, crafted from calves' feet, bones, and skin, clarified until translucent, and used to entomb everything from fish to fowl to full salads. It was part food, part art, and part refrigerated dare. This was no accident. In an age obsessed with moral order and domestic control, gelatin was the ideal medium. It held its shape. It obeyed gravity. It didn't smell much. And above all, it showcased ingredients while preventing them from touching each other. A Victorian dream. You lean in. This particular tower is layered like a savory trifle. First, a layer of pickled tongue in aspic, then hard-boiled quail eggs, then shredded chicken breast in a lemon gel, a few floating olives, a suspiciously pale slice of something labeled pressed veal, all encased in a golden dome of clarified stock. Someone passes you a fork. The jelly resists. You cut down through the strata like an archaeologist at a dinner party. The slice wobbles on your plate like it's trying to crawl away. You take a bite. It's cold and chewy, and somehow both bland and salty at once. The meat has the texture of optimism left out in the rain. The jelly is oddly sweet, but not in a fun way. More like meat-flavored custard, if that ever needed to be a thing. Still, this wasn't considered odd. It was the height of culinary fashion. Hostesses competed for the most elaborate jelly sculptures, dishes shaped like castles, swans, entire hunting scenes. There were molds for every occasion: birthdays, weddings, seasonal change, Tuesday. Aspic wasn't just food. It was architecture. You might be thinking, surely this was just for the rich. But no. The gelatin gospel trickled down. Working-class families made simpler versions. Perhaps just leftover ham suspended in broth, set overnight in the icebox. For special occasions, even sardines got the jelly treatment. There's a notable recipe in an 1861 edition of Mrs. Beeton's Household Management that calls for cold roast fowl, cut fine, set within double jelly, seasoned with mushroom essence and garnished with pistachio. That last bit feels unnecessary, but then again, so does the entire dish. Historians still argue whether aspic originated as a preservation technique or an artistic indulgence. But one thing is clear: Victorians adored it. It made food feel scientific, contained, and unthreatening. You could see everything in it. No unpleasant surprises. Like a display case. For lunch. And it wasn't just for savory dishes. Sweet gelatin had its own monstrous life. Fruits were sliced and suspended like ambered insects. Custards layered inside lemon-flavored jelly. Even wine and port found their way into dessert molds, creating something called wine jelly, which sounds fun until you realize it involves boiled fish bones and not much wine. The gel crafting process was laborious, clarifying stock with egg whites, straining through muslin, flavoring gently with essence of celery or a hint of mace. Setting took hours. If it collapsed, shame. Entire dinner reputations ruined. Still, the payoff was visual. These dishes were Instagrammable. If Instagram had been a smoky, judgmental salon filled with monocles and repressed emotion. And of course, there were failures. One report from an 1875 diary tells of a jelly tower that melted mid-banquet during a heat wave, sending olives, eggs, and cubed beef sliding down a linen tablecloth like a slow-motion culinary landslide. Guests reportedly applauded the spectacle, One fainted. There were even jelly cook-offs. Households would challenge each other. How tall can you make it? How many meats can you suspend? The winner took home a small silver jelly mold shaped like a top hat. Pride and indigestion were eternal. You pause mid-bite. There, next to your plate, is something unidentifiable. An object inside jelly that resembles a button. You're not sure if it's edible or if someone dropped it during preparation. You prod it gently. It jiggles ominously. Eventually, Aspic's grip on the culinary world loosened. The 20th century brought refrigeration, freezers, and a suspicion of food that wobbled too much. But in the Victorian era, if it didn't jiggle, it wasn't real. You finish your slice, cold ham sticking to the roof of your mouth. The remaining tower seems to sigh in relief. A faint ripple passes through it, like it knows it survived another century. You stand. The next course awaits. Something that pretends to be exotic, but is actually the culinary equivalent of dressing a cow's head in drag. Yes, the Victorians weren't done with heads just yet. The dining room dims as heavy curtains draw themselves shut, snuffing out the last golden thread of daylight. Footmen in tight vests bring forward bowls of steaming broth, each one crowned with a single, proud bay leaf. The aroma is rich, savory, and slightly uncanny, like beef trying very hard to be something else. You're about to taste mock turtle soup, the Victorian dish that wore a disguise better than most 19th century bank robbers. But first, a bit of drama. You take your spoon, silver of course, and dip it into the liquid. It clings thickly. A stray string of egg white floats lazily at the surface, next to a bit of greenish something. Parsley? Regret? You blow gently and take a sip. It tastes good. Weirdly good. Like beef stew wearing a monocle. But here's the catch. There is no turtle in it. Never was. Likely never will be. This is a lie in a bowl, and everyone at the table knows it. Mock turtle soup was the Victorian solution to a strange problem. The real thing was too expensive. True turtle soup, made from green sea turtles imported from the Caribbean, had long been a delicacy for the rich, dense, gelatinous, and famously luxurious. But by the mid-1800s, turtles were being hunted to near extinction, and Britain's appetite didn't slow down just because the oceans ran out of reptiles. So, naturally, someone had the idea. What if we just made something else taste vaguely turtle-ish? Enter the calf's head. Yes, again. Mock turtle soup is essentially a stew made from the head, brains, and sometimes hooves of a young cow, boiled down into a rich broth, thickened with flour, spiked with wine, and studded with faux turtle bits, often hard-boiled eggs, mushrooms, or even tiny meatballs made of organ scraps. It's turtle cosplay, and the Victorians lapped it up. The dish became wildly popular, served in middle-class homes and fine banquets alike. It represented that perfect blend of thrift and aspiration. You couldn't afford a turtle? That's okay. Just imagine the turtle. It's like eating knockoff designer handbags. If you close your eyes, you can almost taste the wealth. You spoon up something squishy and unidentifiable. Probably tongue, possibly brain, certainly not turtle, but delicious all the same. If you can ignore the mental slideshow of bovine expressions. There's a famous illustration in Alice's Adventures in Wonderland of a mock turtle, a creature with the body of a calf and the fins of a turtle, weeping eternally. It's a joke, of course, but a very literal one. Lewis Carroll, like many of his readers, knew exactly what mock turtle soup was. The joke wasn't just visual, it was culinary satire. A whole generation knew they were eating a lie. They just hoped the lie tasted like status. Historians still argue whether the name was intentionally humorous or simply misleading. Was it a wink, a con, or a solemn nod to the era's deep need to feel upper class, even when chewing boiled cow cheek? Canned versions soon followed. Victorian grocers began selling tins of mock turtle alongside preserved peas and condensed milk. And just like that, deception became shelf-stable. Some brands included real turtle essence, though how one captures the essence of a sea turtle is best left unexplored. You glance around the table. Guests sip solemnly, pretending not to notice that everyone is quietly chewing something gelatinous. Conversation turns to the empire. Someone mentions Gibraltar. No one acknowledges the small piece of cartilage currently lodged in their molars. It's all very dignified. And yet, this dish has staying power. It survived long past the Victorian era. It shows up in World War II ration cookbooks. It appears in Edwardian menus. Some German households still prepare it today, albeit with less ceremony and fewer exposed calf parts. There was even a time, believe it or not, when mock turtle soup was considered a children's food, nourishing, fortifying, almost medicinal. The logic was simple. If it's good enough for adults pretending to be wealthy, it's perfect for children pretending to be healthy. You finish your bowl. The dregs cling to the porcelain like a secret. There's a small fragment of bone at the bottom, probably from the skull. You set your spoon down with a sigh, half impressed, half disturbed. This wasn't just about flavor. It was about illusion. The Victorians lived in a world where class was everything, and appearances mattered more than content. If your soup could pretend to be turtle, maybe you could pretend to be aristocracy, even if the only turtle in your house lived on a shelf in the form of novelty china. But for all the mimicry, there was real skill here. Calf's head doesn't yield easily. It takes hours of boiling, careful trimming, seasoning, and emulsifying. You didn't just whip up mock turtle soup. You summoned it, like a culinary seance. Outside, the wind is rising. A carriage passes by, its iron wheels clattering over cobblestone. You draw your shawl tighter. Wait, when did you get a shawl? No matter. The host announces the next course will be light, refreshing, soothing. You glance at the sideboard, where a pot of something gray and lumpy sits quietly steaming. Gruel. Of course. Your shawl. Yes. Let's accept now that you wear one. Has somehow wrapped tighter around your shoulders, as if bracing itself. The dining room has quieted. No more quivering meats. No more calf-based masquerades. Just a large ceramic bowl being ladled with solemn reverence. A pale, soupy concoction slides into your dish. It doesn't pour so much as slouch. This, you're told, is gruel. You've heard the word before? Probably accompanied by the desperate plea, "Please, sir, I want some more." But nothing quite prepares you for the actual thing. It's the beige of surrender, the consistency of indecision, and the aroma of boiled nothing. And yet, you're intrigued. Because here's the thing. In Victorian society, gruel had layers, not of flavor, God no, but of meaning. It straddled the line between nourishment and punishment, delicacy and deprivation. It was served to the sick, the poor, the ascetic, and occasionally, the painfully refined. Gruel could mean you're dying or you're dieting, depending on whether your bed had silk sheets or straw. You take a cautious sip. It's warm. That's the best thing that can be said about it. Victorian gruel was typically made from oatmeal, water, and salt, occasionally enriched with milk, or, if someone was feeling generous, a lump of sugar or spoon of butter. But don't expect fireworks. The goal here was digestibility, not joy. This was food designed not to excite the stomach, but to placate it, to gently whisper, "We both hate this, but we'll get through it." Gruel appeared in hospital menus, prison records, boarding schools, and even high society breakfast tables. Yes, breakfast. Aristocrats, especially those in the grips of new health fads, would begin their day with a teacup of gruel, claiming it soothed the constitution. Translation: it gave you just enough energy to climb into your corset and not die. Historians still argue whether this habit was genuinely believed to be healthy or simply part of the era's obsession with discipline. Either way, it made breakfast look like a punishment. You continue sipping. A slight skin has formed on top, thin, like an unspoken insult. You break it with your spoon and keep going. Somewhere in the back of your mind, you start composing sad poetry. Gruel does that to people. There are countless gruel variants: barley gruel, rice gruel, sago gruel. Yes, that's real. Some versions included beef tea or even bone marrow, which just feels like the dish trying to apologize. Others were so thin, they resembled hot dishwater flavored with pencil shavings. And yet, in the Victorian sick room, gruel was sacred. It was often the only food a patient could tolerate or was allowed to eat. Nurses would prepare it with the care of alchemists, bringing it to just the right temperature, stirring in precise clockwise rotations. Gruel was whispered over, measured in teaspoons, served in porcelain cups with lace doilies beneath them. But in the workhouses, it was weaponized, cheap, hot, filling, used to quiet hunger and maintain order. You can almost hear the clatter of tin bowls on long wooden tables, the scrape of spoons, the unblinking silence of the overseer at the end of the hall. Charles Dickens, of course, immortalized the role of gruel in Oliver Twist. It became a symbol of institutional neglect, how a society could technically feed its people while spiritually starving them. A spoonful of gruel was a spoonful of don't ask questions. Still, not all gruel was grim. In polite society, there were sweet versions: honeyed gruel, cinnamon gruel, even gruel spiked with port for invalids with nervous conditions. A particularly indulgent recipe from 1883 suggests adding a single clove. The scandal: you scrape the bottom of your bowl. The gruel clings like a memory. And strangely, there's a quiet comfort in it. Not pleasure, not satisfaction, but something gentler. A muted kind of care. Like being patted on the back by a ghost nurse who doesn't really like you, but still wants you to sleep. It's worth noting that Victorian attitudes toward food were deeply moralistic, rich or poor. Everyone was expected to earn pleasure. Gruel played into that narrative. It humbled the proud, steadied the weak, and, allegedly, flushed the system of excess. It was food as virtue, flavorless, colorless, and vaguely disappointed in you. You rise from the table, bowl empty, stomach neither full nor empty. Somewhere, a grandfather clock ticks out a rhythm of slow, culinary penance. You follow the sound to the parlor, where dessert has been announced. Finally, except dessert tonight isn't chocolate, or cake, or anything with frosting. No, tonight, you meet a pudding whose name makes every British schoolboy laugh, and every Victorian cook frown with pride. It's time to say hello to Spotted Dick. The parlor glows with the soft light of oil lamps and suppressed emotions. A heavy silver dish is brought forward, its domed cover removed with a flourish that suggests something extravagant, decadent, perhaps a towering trifle or a sculpted sponge cake. But no, there it is. Spotted Dick. You stare. You blink. You try not to giggle. And yet, the name hangs there in the room like an uninvited uncle. Guests shift in their chairs. Someone clears their throat with tremendous Victorian dignity. The pudding itself sits perfectly still, unbothered, as if it knows exactly how ridiculous and how beloved it is. So what is it? Exactly. Spotted Dick is a steamed sweet pudding. The spotted part comes from the raisins or currants scattered throughout the dough like the freckles of a well-fed ghost. The dick is, well, historians still argue whether it's a corruption of dough, pudding, or some lost dialect word for dessert. Whatever the origin, it was enough to keep school children giggling through lunch for generations. You scoop a generous portion. The pudding yields with a dense, spongy sigh. It's warm, rich, slightly sticky. The fruit inside glistens, swollen from hours of steaming. You drizzle custard over it, bright yellow, poured from a jug with a trembling hand, and take a bite. It is, surprisingly, delightful. The suet gives it a satisfying chew. The dried fruit adds bursts of sweetness. And the custard? Velvety, creamy, the culinary equivalent of someone whispering a lullaby in your mouth. Spotted Dick may have a silly name, but it has a serious legacy. In Victorian homes, puddings were more than dessert. They were tradition, ritual, a test of a household's culinary skill and patience. Suet puddings especially were time-consuming, steamed for hours in cloths or basins, requiring careful attention and a steady fire. You didn't just make Spotted Dick, you committed to it. For the working class, it was a weekend luxury, something to look forward to, a way to stretch simple ingredients, flour, fat, fruit, into something indulgent. For the upper class, it was just rustic enough to seem charming, yet safe enough not to scandalize. Of course, variations abounded. Some recipes included treacle. Others added lemon zest or spice. Occasionally, cooks would switch out the raisins for sultanas or currants, though this might spark dinner table arguments about authenticity. You haven't truly lived until you've watched two Victorians debate currants like their international policy. There were even savory versions, suet puddings filled with minced meat or kidneys. But sweet ones like Spotted Dick held a special place, especially when drowned. Yes, drowned in custard. The Victorians loved custard. It made everything feel just a little bit more luxurious, a little more acceptable, even when you were serving something named like a footnote in a Victorian scandal sheet. And speaking of names, yes, jokes existed even then. Some early 19th century menus referred to the dish by other aliases, plum duff, spotted dog, or simply fruit pudding. But by mid-century, Spotted Dick had firmly established itself, bold, unashamed, slightly indecent. One anecdote tells of a particularly proper vicar who refused to speak the name aloud. At his dinners, the dish was referred to only as the dessert. Guests understood. No one asked questions. The custard was served in silence. You take another bite. It's oddly grounding, like a hug from someone wearing a woolen waistcoat. It clings to your ribs in the best way. After the gelatinous horrors and gruel-based sadness of the previous courses, Spotted Dick feels like the food version of an apology. There's comfort in the ritual of it, too. The steaming, the pouring, the slicing. Victorian meals could be so performative, but this was food you could rely on. Humble, yes, but warm and generous. And in a culture where repression was a national pastime, anything warm and generous stood out like a flaming pudding on Christmas Day. You look around the room. Guests are smiling now. The absurdity of the name has worn off, replaced by a quiet respect for the pudding itself. It's won them over, as it wins over everyone eventually. Suet and raisins have a strange kind of magic. There's a saying in old cookbooks: a good pudding requires patience, strong wrists, and a willingness to ignore the name. That tracks. You set down your spoon. The custard puddle on your plate reflects the gaslight like a tiny, sweet pond. The pudding dome, half devoured, rests like a defeated general, still proud, still a little ridiculous. Someone begins clearing plates. You rise, stomach full, the taste of raisins lingering like polite applause. You step into the hall, where a tray waits. On it, something confusing. A peach? No. A sausage? Also no. It's a tiny roast, shaped like fruit. Or maybe it is fruit. It's difficult to tell. And that's the point. Because next up, the Victorians start playing dress-up with their food. And you're about to eat a meatball disguised as dessert. The hall stretches long and carpeted, as though encouraging digestion through gentle walking. You pass gas lamps, casting slow-moving shadows, paintings of stern men with sideburns, and porcelain dogs that seem to silently judge. Then, just before the conservatory, you come upon a low table with domed dishes, and a very enthusiastic butler inviting you to sample the evening's final amuse-bouches. Only, these are no ordinary bites. They're meat fruits. You blink. Once, twice. The items on the platter are perplexing. One appears to be a perfectly shaped peach. Another looks like a small bunch of grapes. There's even a banana. But then your fork cuts into one, and surprise, it bleeds. Welcome to the odd Victorian thrill of foods in disguise, where presentation outshone common decency, and sausage masquerading as fruit was the height of chic deception. You pick up the peach. It's smooth, dusted with paprika to mimic the peach's fuzzy skin, and dotted with a carefully pressed almond to resemble the pit. But inside, minced veal, seasoned with nutmeg, wrapped in a thin crust of liver pâté. You take a bite. It's peachy in shape alone. In flavor, it's like Sunday roast snuck into the dessert course wearing a bonnet. But it works in a weird, untrustworthy way, like the culinary version of a con artist who always sends a thank you note. Victorians adored this sort of thing. Dishes that looked like one thing and tasted like another. It showed off culinary skill. It delighted guests. And it reinforced the unspoken rule of the age. Nothing should be exactly what it seems. These meat fruits were inspired in part by medieval subtleties, elaborate edible illusions made for the noble classes. But the Victorians resurrected the concept with gusto and a flair for both detail and deception. There's documentation of a famous 1871 dinner party where a roast goose was served disguised as a pineapple. The host apparently kept a straight face the entire time, even as guests struggled to cut through the tropical rind and discovered stuffing instead of fruit. The joke? It was also pineapple-flavored stuffing, culinary performance art at its passive-aggressive finest. Historians still argue whether these strange disguises were meant to amuse, astonish, or simply humble the diners. After all, what better way to remind your guests of their station than to serve them chicken liver disguised as a plum? The banana-shaped sausage is next, wrapped in thin yellow pastry with carefully dotted brown sugar spots to simulate ripeness. Inside, pork, seasoned with cloves and black pepper. You half expect it to peel. It does not. You begin to notice a theme. Control. Victorians controlled their food's appearance, temperature, texture, sometimes even its identity. A meal wasn't just nourishment. It was theater, a polite psychological exercise. Of course, not all these illusions were elegant. Some were downright unsettling. Take the cherry pie, made of kidneys dyed red and set in wine jelly, or the egg trifle, with the yolks replaced by spiced lamb and the whites substituted with horseradish cream. These were less ha-ha and more why-tho. Children were introduced to food trickery early on. There were entire cookbooks of edible illusions meant for nursery teas and birthdays. Apples that turned out to be bread rolls. Cakes that revealed boiled eggs when sliced. Imagine the confusion, the trust issues, the legacy passed down through generations of skeptical snackers. Still, some of these meat fruits were breathtaking in detail. Chefs spent hours carving radish roses, piping pâté into cherry molds, painting sugar-glazed carrots to shine like marzipan. A host might say, "Please try the strawberries," only for you to bite into minced lamb spiced with coriander and encased in beet jelly. It was both impressive and mildly threatening. This love of disguise also crept into other corners of the Victorian kitchen. Mock foods abounded. Mock crab, eggs and tomato. Mock ham, corned beef and sugar. Even mock oysters, mushrooms and pepper. Everything pretended to be something better, more expensive, more exotic. Because in a society obsessed with class and appearances, it wasn't enough to have food. You had to perform food. You had to trick people into believing your table held luxury, even if it was made of awful and clever lighting. You chew another bite of banana sausage and catch yourself enjoying it, despite your better judgment. The spices are warming. The crust is flaky. The deceit, at this point, feels oddly comforting. Like the food is saying, "Don't worry, we're all pretending here." It also makes sense in the broader context. Victorians, after all, lived lives of relentless compartmentalization. Emotions were hidden, desires were tucked away. Even food played dress-up. If a plum could be pâté, who's to say a husband couldn't be secretly yearning for poetry or a better waistcoat? A flickering gas lamp casts your shadow long and soft against the wallpaper, and for a moment, you think you see a pair that winks at you. Probably just the lighting. Probably. You set your fork down, mildly disoriented but not unhappy. Meat fruit has that effect. From behind you, a faint sizzle. A bell chimes in the kitchen. Plates are cleared. And now, from the sideboard, comes something undeniably real. It's breakfast. But also, not. Next up, A dish that's as hearty as it is slightly alarming. Because the Victorians didn't just love their meat dressed as dessert, they also liked it coagulated and fried. Blood. Anyone? The morning light creeps in through heavy lace curtains, filtering into a breakfast room so stiff with formality it could shatter. A footman places a silver tray before you with great ceremony. It's loaded with the traditional English breakfast. Victorian edition: grilled tomatoes, fried bread, a sad-looking mushroom, eggs, overboiled, naturally, and front and center, a thick dark disk with a glistening crust. This, dear listener, is blood pudding, or more formally, black pudding. And yes, it is exactly what it sounds like. You prod it gently with your fork. The crust crackles slightly, giving way to a dense interior the color of dried ink. You cut a slice, revealing a speckled cross-section, white grains of barley or oats embedded in a matrix of pig's blood. The scent is iron-rich, peppery, a little nutty. You take a bite. It's chewy, savory, almost metallic, like meat decided to become a loaf and then had an identity crisis halfway through. Black pudding was, and still is, a staple in British breakfasts. But in Victorian times, it carried an entire system of values. It was nourishment, yes, but it was also a conversation about thrift, nutrition, and where you sat in the vast, unforgiving food chain. See, Victorians didn't believe in wasting anything. Blood was just another part of the animal, usable, edible, meaningful. In country homes, pigs were slaughtered by hand, and the first thing anyone did was catch the blood in a bowl. Why? Because it was full of iron, protein, and most importantly, value. Waste not, want not. To make blood pudding, the fresh blood was mixed with fat, grain, salt, and herbs, then stuffed into intestines and boiled until set. Once cooled, it could be sliced and fried. And if that sentence just ruined your appetite, welcome to Victorian nutrition theory. Historians still argue whether black pudding was originally a peasant dish elevated by trend, or a noble indulgence turned practical by necessity. What's clear is that everyone, from factory workers to landed gentry, ate it, albeit in slightly different forms. The rich might garnish it with a fried quail egg. The poor would slap it on day-old bread and call it lunch. And it wasn't just for breakfast. Blood puddings showed up at every hour, part of wedding breakfasts, picnic baskets, even Christmas feasts. There's an 1869 account of a Yorkshire bride eating black pudding in her wedding dress with unshaken dignity, which is a phrase you don't forget. But there were, of course, rules. Ladies were encouraged to eat it delicately, small bites, pinky raised, ideally hidden behind a napkin. Men, on the other hand, could devour it with gusto, because in Victorian England, iron was masculine. You chew thoughtfully. The texture is dense but yielding, slightly crumbly. The flavor deepens as it warms in your mouth. Rich, meaty, faintly smoky, paired with a fried egg. It becomes almost poetic. If poetry were written in sausage, you sip weak tea between bites. It does nothing to cleanse the palate. There were variations across regions. In Berry, the pudding was thick and spiced. In Scotland, it became part of the famed haggis-adjacent breakfast symphony. In Ireland, you got both black and white pudding, one with blood, one without, as if offering a moral choice. The Victorians also believed blood pudding had medicinal value. Doctors recommended it to anemic women, growing boys, and fainting scholars. Good for the blood, they said, without irony. In fact, black pudding was considered so robustly healthy that it was a common gift for recovering patients. A particularly famous ad from 1884 proclaimed, "No finer breakfast for the industrious man than eggs and pig's pudding. Hearty, humble, honest. Three adjectives that also describe your experience of chewing it." Of course, not everyone loved it. Reformers, especially temperance advocates, often railed against heavy, meaty breakfasts. They believed such foods stirred up coarse thoughts and animal tendencies, which, honestly, makes you want to eat more. Some even tried to invent substitutes. Vegetarian blood pudding, made with beet juice and oats. It never quite caught on. Perhaps because nothing says power like frying a slice of congealed fluid and serving it before 9 a.m. Still, it wasn't always eaten with reverence. In certain circles, blood pudding became the butt of jokes, used in low comedies, puppet shows, and even political satire. There's a famous caricature from 1877 of a parliament member with a black pudding for a head, symbolizing dullness and inflexibility. Art. And yet, it endured. Because beneath the jokes and the texture and the whole blood thing, it was honest food, rich, filling, unapologetic, the kind of thing that made you sit up straighter, if only to let the grease settle. You dab your mouth with a napkin, politely ignoring the small flecks of coagulation still clinging to your cutlery. The plate is nearly clean. All that remains is a lone tomato slice, quietly judging your choices. Outside, the morning fog has cleared. Somewhere, a bell chimes 10. And from the next room comes the unmistakable clink of spoons against glass. You rise, because it's time. It's time to jelly a fish. You follow the sound of cutlery into a smaller dining salon, one reserved for delicate dishes and faint-hearted guests. The wallpaper here is floral, the chairs a little too straight, and on the table, well, let's just say you've seen jelly before, but never like this. Set before you is a platter of jellied fish. Not fish with jelly, fish and jelly. You lean in. It's a shimmering, translucent loaf, the color of haunted amber. Suspended within, as if caught mid-dive, are thick slices of poached white fish, possibly cod or pike, layered with carrots, hard-boiled eggs, slivers of parsley, and one lonely prawn, frozen mid-scream. It looks less like food and more like a crime scene preserved in aspic. You pick up your fork with the same enthusiasm someone might reserve for dental surgery. It jiggles. You scoop a piece, carefully lifting it to your plate, and take a bite. Cold, cold, gelatinous fish. And not just cold, but glistening. The jelly has absorbed the flavors of fish stock, white wine, and vinegar, an acidic, savory mix that coats your tongue in a clingy hug that refuses to let go. The texture? Imagine chewing through a ghost. And yet, in Victorian England, this was a dish of high elegance. Jellied fish wasn't just acceptable. It was expected at formal luncheons, teas, and buffet suppers, served cold, sliced thin, and always arranged with absurd precision, sometimes molded into elaborate shapes, a carp, a swan, once even a miniature ship, because nothing says bon appetit like cutting your dinner out of a schooner. The logic was both practical and theatrical. Before refrigeration, encasing fish in gelatin was a method of preservation. The jelly acted like a savory Tupperware, sealing in flavor and moisture while impressing guests with your ability to tame food into submission. The jelly itself came from boiling fish bones with aromatics for hours until the stock reduced into a shimmering, sticky substance that set upon cooling. Clarifying it took even longer. Egg whites, lemon juice, straining through muslin, possibly whispering prayers in Latin. And then, of course, came the decoration. Victorians didn't just make jellied fish, they styled it. Peas were arranged in concentric circles. Thin cucumber slices formed floral patterns. Strips of red pepper created flags. You could tell a lot about a household by their fish jelly's visual ambition. Historians still argue whether these displays were meant to impress or intimidate guests. Some believe they served as edible social tests. If you flinched at the wobble, you clearly weren't marriage material. There were entire cookbooks dedicated to this genre. The Art of Aspic, 1881, featured a jellied lobster sculpture surrounded by molded celery and egg stars. The caption reads simply, "For festive board," because nothing says celebration like crustacean jelly towers. And don't think this was confined to the rich. In poorer households, simpler versions appeared. Jellied eels. Again. Yes. Again. Or cold-fried fish set in plain aspic with pickles. A day-old haddock could become tomorrow's buffet centerpiece with enough vinegar and conviction. You chew slowly. The jelly doesn't quite melt. It lingers, reluctant to break down, as if suspicious of your digestive intentions. There's a crunch. Oh, a bit of carrot. Bless. You take a sip of tea to reset your palate. But even that tastes vaguely fishy now. The jelly has claimed you. Some brave Victorian hosts added flair. Mustard-spiked jellies. Saffron for color. Even curry powder. One particularly bold recipe included fish jelly served atop a custard base. It was described as curiously stimulating, which is the 19th century equivalent of "this will haunt your dreams." Children, of course, hated it. A diary entry from 1892 reads, "Nanny insists I eat the wobblefish. I tried to swap it with my boiled egg, but she saw I am not speaking to the jelly. And yet, there's something to admire here. The sheer audacity, the refusal to let temperature, texture, or common sense dictate culinary form." The Victorians looked at a fish and said, "Yes, but what if it could bounce?" There's even evidence that jelly was seen as refined digestion. It was said to be soothing to the stomach, especially when paired with lightly pickled roots. Because what's a party without a slippery cod cube next to a turnip? You pause. Take another bite. The fish is better this time. Or maybe you're just numb now. The vinegar cuts through the richness. The jelly glistens like it knows a secret. A guest beside you whispers, "Is that a muscle in yours?" You nod. It's better not to question anything now. Plates are cleared, and napkins dabbed. A lull falls over the table. Not full silence, but that particular quiet that follows a course no one wishes to revisit emotionally. Still, it's not the jelly's fault. It's just doing what it was made to do. Preserve, present, and perplex. The butler leans in. A refreshment is being prepared. He says, with the enthusiasm of someone who's about to commit a gentle crime. You follow him toward a sideboard set with chipped cups and frost-rimmed bowls. And there, like a Victorian mirage, stands a pyramid of shaved ice topped with something not quite cream. You're about to eat dessert. Possibly, but more likely, you're about to be scammed. The room grows suddenly colder. though not from emotion this time. A large pewter bowl sits at the center of the table, resting on a bed of melting ice, droplets pooling like nervous sweat. Around it, smaller dishes hold scoops of something pale and grainy, like a dream of vanilla that never quite came true. This is Victorian ice cream, or more precisely, a suspicious frozen substance that claimed to be ice cream and legally might have been. You lean in. A spoon is offered. The texture is dense and icy, almost like compacted snow. You take a bite. Oh, it is sweet, vaguely, creamy, not particularly refreshing. If you've never had actual ice cream, perhaps it tastes like milk's shadow. There's a whisper of dairy, a hint of flavoring, probably lemon or almond, and then grit. Not the emotional kind, literal grit. Ice crystals crunch between your teeth. The entire experience feels like licking a frozen candle someone once described as dessert. And yet, in 19th century England, this was a luxury. Ice cream, or iced creams as they were sometimes called, were the stuff of high society. But true dairy ice cream, rich, churned, and creamy, was expensive to make and even harder to keep frozen. You needed access to rare ingredients, labor to stir, and, most importantly, ice. Lots of it. Before refrigeration, ice was harvested from lakes or imported from Norway and New England. It was stored in deep, straw-lined ice houses and guarded like treasure. Some London establishments even kept ice under lock and key, as if it were precious silver or scandalous letters. So, for most people, the real thing was out of reach, which meant enterprising Victorians found alternatives. One popular workaround? Mock ice cream, made not from cream, but from starch-thickened milk or even flour, with artificial flavoring. Cheaper shops might skip milk altogether and use gelatin and powdered chalk. The texture was closer to frozen wallpaper paste than dessert. But hey, if it was cold and faintly sugary, it counted. Historians still argue whether many street vendors used real dairy at all, or simply froze flavored water with egg whites and coloring. Even more troubling, some used snow scraped from city streets. And yes, this was London snow, which at the time was a mixture of soot, animal droppings, and industrial sadness. You glance down at your melting scoop with a newfound sense of suspicion. But here's the real twist. Some ice creams contained arsenic. Not on purpose, of course. But arsenic-based dyes like Paris green were popular for creating vibrant colors. Pistachio, mint, even strawberry. Don't ask. And while the amounts were small, repeated exposure could cause symptoms ranging from nausea to, well, death. All for a pastel shade of pistachio. One 1880s health inspector report declared, the number of patients who, upon inquiry, had consumed colored ices is alarming in volume and consistency. That's right. Consistency was alarming. Still, none of this stopped the Victorian public. Ice cream was a novelty, a thrill, a spoonful of chill in an otherwise starched and sweltering world. Vendors sold it on street corners in penny portions, often scooped into reused paper or simply handed over in a communal cone-shaped mold. Lick fast. Hygiene wasn't exactly trending. Wealthier homes served it molded into elaborate shapes. Fruits, flowers, crowns. One celebrated banquet featured a frozen swan, life-sized, wings delicately carved, beak painted with edible gold. Inside, ice cream. Probably. No one checked. You take another bite. This one has a faint flavor of rose, or possibly soap. It's hard to tell. The texture is uneven. Smooth one second, crunchy the next. A small ice flake slips down your throat like a regret. There were safe flavors, of course. Lemon, vanilla, burnt sugar. But then came the weird ones. Brown bread ice cream, cheese ice cream, celery ice cream, even fish ice cream, which we'll revisit in a moment, assuming you're still conscious. Odd flavors were seen as sophisticated, bold, a flex, essentially. If your guests could choke down oyster ice cream without blinking, your party was a success. If they retched, well, they lacked refinement. Children, bless them, didn't care. To them, any frozen treat was magic. They'd chase carts down cobbled streets for a taste, only to receive a chalky blob, scooped with an unwashed ladle, and pray it wasn't mustard flavored. Their joy was real. Their immunity systems were spectacular. One account from 1867 describes a child so enamored with ice cream, he tried to sell his shoes for a double scoop. He succeeded. His parents did not approve. But the boy's diary simply reads, "Best Tuesday ever. As you near the end of your serving, your spoon scrapes something solid, a nut, a berry. You hope. No, it's a shard of ice. Possibly decorative. Possibly not. You decide not to ask questions, because, somehow, you get it. In a world of boiling gruel and savory jelly, a scoop of something cold, even weirdly crunchy and mildly poisonous, was worth it. A relief. A tiny rebellion against the heat and heaviness of everything else. You set your bowl down. Your lips are numb. Your teeth ache. Your faith in dessert has been tested. But you're ready. Or are you? Because what's next on the Victorian table is not for the faint of heart. It's called Mother's Ruin. And yes, we're giving it to the baby. The parlor door creaks open with theatrical timing, as if the house itself knows what's coming. You're ushered into a more casual sitting room, by Victorian standards. This means the wallpaper is only mildly suffocating, and the chairs are just rigid, not accusatory. A tray is brought in. On it, a bottle of clear liquid, 2 glasses, a pewter baby bottle, and a teething ring. You've arrived at a particularly sauced chapter in culinary history, because tonight, you're sipping beer for babies and gin for grandma. Yes, this happened. Let's start small, literally, with the children. Victorians had an interesting relationship with alcohol. And by interesting, we mean they gave it to children and called it a tonic. Baby fussy? Give it beer. Toddler won't nap? Try a teaspoon of laudanum syrup. Did the nanny drop your air? Never mind. Here's a dram of something brown to calm him down. You lift the baby bottle. It's warm. Not milk. Definitely not formula. No. This is porter, a dark, mild ale, diluted with water and recommended for infants in some medical guides of the time. Why? Because water was often contaminated. And alcohol, well, at least you could trust it to do something. In fact, beer was considered practically nutritious. Liquid bread, they said. Working-class mothers would steep rusks or bread crusts in warm ale and feed it to their babies as soothing gruel. You sip, it's bitter, malty, slightly sour, and it tastes way too grown up for someone in a bonnet. By the mid-1800s, this was normal. Entire generations were weaned on weak ale. It wasn't unusual to see a toddler sipping from a tankard in a pub's back corner while mum scrubbed laundry nearby. No one batted an eye. Children were small adults in training, and small adults apparently needed a little buzz to get through nap time. And then there's Grandma, because on the other end of the spectrum sat the elderly matriarchs, lace-wrapped, shawl-shrouded, and quietly knocking back gin like it was an ancestral rite. It wasn't called Mother's Ruin for nothing. Gin in Victorian England was everywhere, cheap, strong, and often flavored with questionable botanicals. It was the drink of the poor, the grieving, and the romantically disappointed. But it was also, bizarrely, considered medicinal. Stomachache? Gin. Insomnia? Gin. Hysteria? Gin. Maybe with a drop of laudanum. For spice. You lift the delicate glass poured for you. The smell hits first. Juniper, harsh and piney. Then the sip. It burns. Then numbs. Somewhere in the back of your mind, a doily explodes. Historians still argue whether gin was more harmful or helpful to Victorian society. On one hand, it gave relief to countless people stuck in impossible conditions. On the other, it was blamed for societal decay, moral ruin, and babies found sleeping in coal scuttles. The gin craze had already peaked by the early 1800s, but its echoes lingered long into the Victorian age. By then, the drink had split into two identities: the demon of the slums and the tonic of the drawing room. For the upper classes, gin began to rebrand. Mixed with bitters and served in crystal, it was now restorative. For the poor, still ruin, just with better marketing. And then there were patent medicines, those miraculous cure-alls sold in every pharmacy and back alley. Most of them were alcohol-based. Some contained cocaine. Others added opium for balance. Mrs. Winslow's soothing syrup, for instance, was marketed for teething babies. It contained morphine. It was, as you might guess, very soothing, permanently. In some cases, a popular household concoction involved mixing gin with milk and nutmeg and serving it warm to anyone who couldn't sleep, including children. It was called posset. Today, it would be called Child Protective Services. You swirl the remainder of the gin in your glass. It stares back at you like it knows things, like it's seen things. There's something undeniably Victorian about this duality. Children with beer, grandmothers with gin, and everyone pretending it's completely fine. It was about management, managing symptoms, managing moods, managing the endless emotional traffic jam of daily life with the easiest available solution: booze in a bottle and a comforting lie. But it wasn't all overindulgence. Many homes practiced restraint. Temperance movements rose up, preaching the evils of drink, warning that even mild ale could invite the devil through the nursery window. Which, frankly, sounds like a better name for gin than Mother's Ruin. Still, the drink flowed, quietly, discreetly, medicinally. There's a reason Victorian medicine cabinets locked from the outside. You set the baby bottle down. The porter has gone flat. The gin remains sharp. A bell rings. Time for breakfast? Tea? No, something simpler. Something old. A snack. Maybe. But not a cookie. Not a biscuit. What's offered next is far more primal. Dripping on bread. The Victorian answer to butter. For those who couldn't afford pretense. And yes, you're going to eat it? You shuffle, slightly tipsy now, whether from the gin, the porter, or the disorienting tour through Victorian dinner logic. Who's to say? The next room is humbler, low-ceilinged, and smells faintly of coal dust and salt. A lace curtain window lets in a shaft of gray morning light. You're no longer at a banquet table. You're at the scullery door, where real food lives. A plate is handed to you. On it, a thick, crumbling slice of yesterday's bread. Dry, almost fossilized, but slathered generously with something glossy and golden, pooling in the corners and soaking into the crust. This is bread and dripping, the unofficial breakfast of Britain's forgotten millions. You bite in. The bread is rough, but it gives way. The dripping, rendered fat from roasted beef, melts across your tongue with a smoky, salty punch. It's rich, not rich like caviar rich, rich like survival rich. The kind of flavor that anchors you to the earth and says, you'll live another day. Dripping was the poor man's butter. For those who couldn't afford dairy, it was the next best thing, or the only thing. After roasting meat, if you were lucky enough to have meat, the juices and fat would be collected in a tin or bowl, left to cool, then spread across bread or toast the next morning. If you were even luckier, there'd be a jelly layer on top, meat jelly, formed as the drippings cooled, a treasure, a bonus, a reason to elbow your siblings at breakfast. This layer was called the dripping cake, though it was, in every possible way, not cake. Historians still argue whether the layering of meat jellies was a conscious culinary decision or just gravity doing its thing in cold kitchens. Either way, it was embraced. Some even added salt or pepper to season it. A very rare few sprinkled it with sugar, making it sweet and savory and the culinary equivalent of a Dickens novel. And yet, this humble snack crossed class lines in surprising ways. While the wealthy rarely talked about eating dripping, they often did, especially in country homes, where roasts were plentiful and dripping was stored in crocks for days on end. Some housekeepers even made it into dripping pudding, a sweat-style dish baked with flour and onion. But for the urban poor, bread and dripping was everything. Fuel, comfort, familiarity. Imagine a factory worker rising at dawn, shoveling a slice into their mouth before heading into soot and clang for 12 hours. Or a child returning from a charity school, unwrapping a pocket-wrapped piece with cold fingers and biting into its savory warmth. It wasn't fancy, but it filled you. You take another bite. The edges are hard. Your jaw does more work than your stomach. But the fat, the fat makes it worth it. There's a reason the body craves it. It's energy in its most primitive, unapologetic form. Of course, not everyone saw it that way. Victorian health manuals were conflicted. Some praised dripping as hearty, bracing, and most excellent for the working man. Others called it crude, greasy, and indigestible. One 1875 pamphlet warned, "Over-reliance on beef drippings has been observed to dull the moral faculties," which sounds like a line someone wrote while very hungry. There were alternatives. If you had money, butter, obviously, or dripping alternatives made with lard and herbs. Even cheap margarine began to appear by the century's end. But none of them had the same earthy depth. None tasted quite so much like defiance. There's a small bowl of salt nearby. You sprinkle a bit across your slice. It sharpens the flavor. Now it tastes like toast prepared by a blacksmith. You approve. In many households, dripping was stored in old tea tins. It had its own place in the kitchen hierarchy, beneath the sugar, above the potatoes, guarded like a secret weapon. If meat was Sunday's glory, dripping was Monday's redemption. And believe it or not, some Victorians missed it when they moved up the social ladder. Letters exist, real, honest letters, where newly middle-class women wrote home about missing the old taste of bread and beef grease. Because money buys plenty, but nostalgia isn't always for sale. A small child passes by the doorway, clutching a thick heel of bread, dripping with, well, dripping. Their fingers are slick. Their face glows. You suddenly feel the weight of the generations that survived on this stuff. It's humble. It's heavy. It gets the job done. The last bite leaves a slick sheen on your lips. You wipe it with your sleeve. The room smells of hearth, ash, and something vaguely bovine. A bell rings. Not one for you, but for someone upstairs. That's the other thing about bread and dripping. You eat it standing up. It's not a course. It's not a ceremony. It's fuel between moments. You eat it before thinking, before facing the next thing. And speaking of the next thing, from the parlor wafts an unexpectedly floral aroma. It's not meat. It's not fat. It's violets? Hard candies? Perfume? No. It's dessert, technically. And you're about to suck on boiled flowers and pretend it's delightful. You shuffle toward the aroma, lighter than dripping, sweeter than porter, and almost fragile in its insistence. The parlor has changed again. Now bathed in pinkish light filtered through lace curtains, with porcelain vases shaped like cherubs, and a faint tinkling of piano from nowhere in particular. A crystal dish awaits on a polished sideboard, piled high with glistening, jewel-like morsels. This is your next indulgence: candied violets and boiled sweets. Or, as the Victorians knew them, confectionery as social performance. You reach in. The first is a small, purple petal, paper thin, crystallized with sugar. A candied violet, plucked fresh, painted delicately with egg white, then dusted with fine sugar and dried until it shimmered. You place it on your tongue. It tastes of almost nothing. And then, faintly, like powdered perfume. Delicate, floral, with a whisper of sweetness that feels more imagined than real. The texture is brittle, dissolving into a memory before you can quite decide whether you liked it. This was the sweet of the upper class, not loud, not sticky, not even particularly sweet, but refined, controlled. The sort of candy you ate in a garden while discussing poetry and pretending not to be cold. Queen Victoria herself was said to be fond of candied violets, though historians still argue whether she truly enjoyed them, or merely appreciated that they didn't smear one's gloves. And then come the boiled sweets. You pick up a glossy orb, the color of moral clarity, deep red, almost black. It's roughly the size of a marble and looks like it could shatter glass. You pop it in. Immediate regret? It's sharp, sour, possibly raspberry, possibly danger. It clacks against your teeth with the density of a colonial tax policy. You try to shift it discreetly to your cheek, but it thunks like a pebble. Victorian boiled sweets were the candy of the masses. They came cheap, hard, and relentless. Sugar was becoming more affordable thanks to empire-fueled imports, and suddenly every street corner had a cart filled with rock-hard treats: bullseyes, humbugs, acid drops, clove balls, each one more tooth-endangering than the last. Children adored them, naturally. Nothing says childhood joy like a sweet that doubles as dental warfare. But adults had their favorites too. particularly lozenges, which pretended to be medicinal. There were cough lozenges, digestion lozenges, nerve lozenges, and even violet pastilles, which promised to calm hysteria and freshen breath. Sometimes in that order. Of course, the ingredients were often questionable. Early food regulation was laughably casual. Some sweets were colored with lead-based pigments. Others contained chalk, plaster, or alum. One popular treat, blue lozenges, was rumored to include copper sulfate for that vibrant tint. Did they poison people? Sometimes. But the color was just lovely. A particularly popular trick? Stuffing sweets with capsaicin or mustard to prank your friends. These were called surprise drops. One bite, and your eyes watered for an hour. Victorians, inventors of the spicy TikTok challenge. You keep sucking. The boiled sweet refuses to shrink. You could finish a novel in the time it takes to wear this down. It's like sugar-developed stubbornness. There's a reason these candies were often sold by weight, not quantity, because no one ever needed more than 4. They lasted forever, or until your molars gave out. There's a small pile of wrappers on the table, twisted papers with faded ink, and phrases like, satisfies the sweet-toothed scholar, and for ladies of nerve. The advertisements were everywhere in Victorian life. Posters promised miraculous peppermint purges and sweets to cool a fevered brain. And let's not forget comfits, those tiny sugar-coated seeds or nuts that made up in crunch what they lacked in charm. Caraway seeds were a favorite. Aniseed, too. You chew one. It's like eating a tiny soap-scented jawbreaker. One historian described them as social lubrication through oral inconvenience. Sounds about right? But sweets weren't only for delight. They were currency, bribes, tokens of affection. A bag of lemon drops might win you favor with a school teacher. A perfectly wrapped clove ball could mean courtship, at least until the clove burned a hole in your gum. Even mourning had its candies. Funeral biscuits, wrapped in black-bordered paper, were handed out after the burial, along with barley sugar twists and somber mint wafers. Because even grief, apparently, needed a flavor. You take a candied rose petal next. It's slightly more assertive than the violet. Floral, sure, but with an almost peppery finish. You imagine yourself reclining on a chaise lounge, quoting Tennyson, and quietly battling diabetes. There's also licorice, thick, terry ropes of the stuff, often flavored with molasses or ammonia salt. Children chewed it obsessively. Adults claimed it aided digestion. Everyone ignored the fact that it turned your teeth gray and your breath into an eldritch entity. And then came the boiled barley sugar, twists of translucent amber, often molded into elaborate shapes, keys, hearts, crosses, spoons, entire farm scenes, if you had the patience and didn't care about your incisors. Some sweets, ironically, weren't meant to be eaten at all. Decorative sugar sculptures adorned dinner tables, miniature gardens, frosted towers, entire scenes of mythological mayhem, all meant to impress, not satisfy. Edible only in theory, kind of like conversation. Your sweet finally yields, a small crunch, a surrender. You're not sure if you're delighted or slightly violated. The parlor clock chimes. Somewhere, a child laughs and immediately starts coughing. Probably a lozenge gone rogue. And now comes a dish that tested the limits of patriotism and palatability. a food the Victorians refused to eat themselves, yet feared with every fiber of their empire-wrapped hearts. You're crossing the channel, sort of, and meeting the French. They brought frogs, they brought snails, and to the Victorians, they brought nightmares. You step cautiously into a room that feels more like an interrogation chamber than a dining area. The walls are lined with paintings of stiff-backed generals and scandal-free duchesses, all staring grimly as if disapproving of your taste in seasoning. A faint scent of garlic wafts through the air. Unthinkable, exotic, possibly criminal. Welcome to Victorian Britain's fever dream, French food, and specifically tonight, snails and frogs. You approach the table. Before you, arranged with the sort of symmetry only fear could produce, is a small dish of escargot, snails, baked in their shells with garlic butter, nestled in silver compartments like tiny edible grenades. Beside them, a platter of frog legs, daintily fried, garnished with parsley, and placed just a bit too close to the cucumber sandwiches for comfort. You pause, because to a Victorian palate, especially a British one, this wasn't just food. It was a dare, a culinary betrayal, an affront to all things boiled, bland, and British. The fork hovers. You spear a frog leg. It's delicate, thin, almost like a bird's wing. You bite. It's not bad. Light, slightly crisp, a bit like chicken, but more theatrical. You chase it with a snail, which is soft, chewy, and drenched in enough butter to make your ancestors whisper warnings. The garlic hits hard, a bold, brash flavor that doesn't care for your powdered wig or Protestant values. This is exactly what the Victorians feared. They didn't just dislike French food. They suspected it. It was seen as too rich, too flamboyant, too European. Meals that focused on taste instead of nutritional responsibility? Highly suspect. Foods that made you sweat while eating? Clearly dangerous. Historians still argue whether the resistance to French cuisine was truly about taste, or just another brick in the wall of cultural rivalry. But what's certain is this. The very idea of eating a snail caused entire drawing rooms to faint politely. Cartoons of the era mocked French menus as unpronounceable nonsense with legs still attached. British cookbooks included backhanded translations of dishes like coq au vin, rendered as wine-addled rooster stew, and escargots à la bourguignonne, slugs for the morally flexible. And yet, they were obsessed. British high society, ever desperate to appear cultured, imported French chefs for their stately homes. These men, always men, introduced butter, wine, and flambé into kitchens where the most adventurous item had previously been steamed turnips. But the general public? Terrified. There are diary entries describing French banquets with all the horror of a Gothic novel. One poor soul wrote of tasting a slippery little creature seasoned with devil oil. Translation: a snail in garlic. Meanwhile, street pamphlets warned that eating French food could weaken the moral fibers of a young man. Which sounds dramatic until you realize the young man in question was caught licking bouillabaisse off a silver spoon. You take another bite of frog. It's honestly better than some of the beef you've had so far. At least it's trying. Of course, not all Victorians were afraid. Some were delighted to embrace the culinary enemy. Artists, poets, and political radicals often praised French food as sensual, rebellious, and intellectually superior. To eat frogs was to declare independence from roast beef. Even the railways helped. With the Channel Tunnel still a fantasy, ferry travel made quick jaunts to Paris doable. British tourists would brave foreign menus, bravely point at something labeled cuisse de grenouille, and return home with a stomach full of legs and a story to scandalize their in-laws. Still, a lingering tension remained. French food was framed as effeminate, excessive, whereas good British cuisine was supposed to be honest, sturdy, and mild enough to eat without blinking. This, of course, ignored the fact that many British dishes were weird in their own right. Remember jellied fish, mock turtle, toast water? And yet, they clung to the idea that anything served in too many syllables was morally questionable. In response, the French leaned in. Cookbooks from across the Channel often described British cuisine as gray, an insult so subtle and so accurate it doesn't even need elaboration. You finish your snail. The butter trails down your fork. You feel invigorated, slightly scandalous, possibly French. You consider shrugging artistically or reciting a Baudelaire poem at the window. But no. A trolley rolls in, and on it, something you thought was a breakfast item, a raw egg, sitting proudly in a glass, next to a wine bottle, because apparently we drink that now. The trolley halts with a soft clink, and you stare. It's not a full meal, not even a proper course. It's a glass. Inside, a raw egg, unbroken, floating like a pale, judgmental eyeball in a pool of golden liquid. The bottle beside it bears an elegant, sun-faded label. Orange wine, tonic grade. This isn't breakfast. This is a Victorian power move. You lean closer. The concoction is glistening, slightly foamy at the rim. A footman offers you a long-handled spoon, just in case you'd like to stir the yolk before sipping. You accept it like a weapon. You're about to drink raw egg and orange wine. The Victorian answer to Gatorade, Red Bull, and regret. You stir gently. The yolk resists at first, stubborn, but eventually collapses into silky swirls of yellow within the amber wine. The resulting texture is haunting. You brace yourself, bring the glass to your lips, and sip. It's oddly rich, smooth. The wine, sweet, citrusy, with a sharp, acidic bite, plays strangely well with the yolk, which coats your throat like melted velvet. It's the cocktail equivalent of a confident handshake from someone you suspect has hidden motives. And yet, this was serious nutrition. Victorians, especially those of a certain social station, believed strongly in the restorative powers of raw egg. Combined with fortified wine or weak spirits, it was thought to stimulate digestion, fortify the blood, and provide vital humors, a phrase we really should bring back. This drink was prescribed to invalids, the elderly, overworked clerks, and aspiring poets with poor circulation and too many cravats. Historians still argue whether the raw egg combo actually did anything beneficial, or whether it just gave people an excuse to drink wine at 9 While feeling smug about it, you sip again, the wine's orange notes sparkle across your tongue, while the egg quietly settles in your stomach like it's moved in for a long stay. It's not refreshing, but it is satisfying in a way that feels primal and confusing. This was, in fact, a common breakfast drink. For men, especially. The idea of drinking an egg signaled vigor, virility, and readiness to face a world filled with soot, coal, and passive-aggressive dinner parties. In some circles, it was known as the gentleman's first gulp. But it wasn't only eggs and orange wine. There were other versions. Eggs with sherry, port, even beer. Sometimes topped with a pinch of nutmeg, sometimes stirred with cream or beef broth. There's a record of one particularly intense mixture involving egg yolk, gin, and beef drippings, essentially an unholy brunch smoothie. One 1873 medical pamphlet actually recommends a raw egg and brandy for delicate ladies with melancholy nerves, which seems like a mood stabilizer and a gamble wrapped in egg white. But perhaps the most dramatic egg beverage was the egg flip, a mix of raw egg, ale, and hot sugar syrup, stirred rapidly to create a frothy, protein-packed nightcap, often made tableside. It doubled as performance art and a digestion aid. Not all were thrilled by this trend. A few temperance advocates warned that egg tonics were simply drinking in disguise, a gateway yolk, if you will. But these drinks held fast in public imagination. Even Queen Victoria's physician reportedly recommended a daily egg and claret potion to sustain her constitution in advanced years. You set your glass down, the last dribble of yolk swirling like an oil painting you're not entirely proud of. Somewhere in the back, a maid whispers, "He drank it." You nod solemnly. You're part of the club now, the yolk club. And yet, as you recover from this peculiar concoction, you glance at the next tray being wheeled out. It's a jar. Inside, something black, wet, lumpy. Oh dear, it's a walnut. But not just any walnut. It's been pickled for months, and it's been waiting for you. The jar glistens like a villain in a Victorian melodrama, bulbous, shadowy, and brimming with liquid that doesn't so much shine as it broods. Inside float a dozen or so inky black lumps, wrinkled and menacing, like raisins that made terrible life choices. One of them bumps the glass as if making eye contact. You've arrived at the dish that no child asked Santa for, no romantic ever proposed with, and yet somehow ended up in the holiday spread of countless households. Pickled walnuts. You are going to eat one. The jar is opened. The smell creeps out slowly, cautiously. It's dark, vinegary, earthy, and strangely floral, like an apothecary's basement that forgot to pay its ventilation bill. A pickle fork emerges from the brine and spears one of the blackened orbs. It lands on your plate with a squelch. It looks like something you'd find in the pocket of an old naval coat. You slice it open. Inside, the color of storm clouds. The texture? Somewhere between ripe cheese and soaked leather. You take a bite. It's tangy, sharp, earthy in a way that suggests it once knew soil intimately. There's a slight bitterness, followed by a twang of something fermented. It tastes emotional, like grief and vinegar. And yet, Victorians adored these things. Pickled walnuts were especially popular around Christmas, but really showed up all year long. They were served with cold meats, cheese boards, even tucked into meat pies or mince. A dish of pickled walnuts on the table signaled domestic skill and culinary commitment, because these weren't just plucked and pickled. No, they were green walnuts, immature, still soft, harvested before the shell hardened, and they required weeks of preparation. First, you'd prick them all over with a fork. Then you'd soak them in brine for up to 2 weeks, turning them occasionally, like little tanning corpses. After that came drying in the sun until they turned dark brown. Then, finally, You'd pour boiling spiced vinegar over them and let them sit, preferably for another month, though some recipes recommend a year. All this for something that looks like a shrunken alien kidney. Historians still argue whether this dish began as a luxury or a necessity. Some say it was a Georgian delicacy that lingered into the Victorian era out of tradition. Others argue it was born from that uniquely British urge to pickle anything rather than let it go gently into compost. The flavor is oddly addictive. Each bite delivers layers, acid, warmth from clove or allspice, and a slight numbing of the tongue. You start to understand why they served it with cold goose, or beef tongue, or those alarming aspic towers from earlier. There's even poetic evidence. One 1850s poem, anonymously published, for obvious reasons, waxes lyrical about thy vinegared form, O noble nut, that stains the lips and stirs the gut. Victorians, never afraid to romanticize a root cellar. And don't think it was only the posh eating them. Pickled walnuts turned up in pub snacks, workhouse stews, even soldiers' rations. It was resilient food, shelf-stable, potent, the kind of thing that wouldn't flinch in a thunderstorm. You slice into a second one. It squishes with confidence. You've now entered that strange phase of dining where you're not sure if you're eating out of hunger or curiosity. A nearby hostess chirps. A perfect palate cleanser before fish custard. And you wonder if she's joking or simply doesn't fear God anymore. Pickled walnut juice was sometimes used in tonics. Yes, tonics. It was believed to stimulate the blood and clarify the mind. Though clarification, in this case, likely meant being too distracted by the taste to worry about taxes. There's even a note in Mrs. Beaton's household management cautioning not to overpickle, lest the walnuts become overbold in their pungency. Which is Victorian, for you will regret this. You take a third bite. It's less shocking now. The vinegar wraps itself around your taste buds like a heated shawl. You can almost feel the lineage of it. Centuries of British households chasing flavor through brine and darkness, determined to wrest joy from something no longer technically alive. But make no mistake, this wasn't a dish for everyone. There were walnut haters. One vicar famously refused to allow pickled walnuts at his parish picnics, claiming they undermined reverence. In some parts of Scotland, they were banned from children's parties entirely, which really seems fair. And yet, they persisted. Even today, if you look hard enough, you can still find a jar tucked on the top shelf of old-school grocers or lurking behind the mustard at your great-aunt's house, waiting, watching, pickled. You set down your fork. The vinegar has cleared your sinuses, possibly your past sins. You feel refreshed, startled, alive, but also ready to move on, because the next course isn't vinegary, it's sweet. Probably, maybe, unless your host decided, in a moment of unchecked genius, to put fish into a pudding. Spoiler, they did, and you're going to eat it. You hesitate in the doorway. The air in this room feels heavier, like it knows what's coming and doesn't approve. There's a faint hint of sweetness, but it's wrong. Behind it lurks something marine, briny, like the ghost of a fishmonger trying to blend into a pastry shop. On the polished walnut table rests a domed silver dish, slightly steaming. Beside it, a dessert spoon. You lift the lid, and there it is, fish custard, Not a misprint, not a metaphor. Just what it says on the tin. A savory, sweet baked custard flavored with fish. Often white fish, like cod or haddock. Flaked delicately and folded into an egg-rich, nutmeg-dusted base. It jiggles. You glance around. No one else flinches. Clearly, this was someone's idea of an exciting innovation. You remind yourself that you've eaten jellied fish and blood for breakfast. You can handle custard that smells like low tide. You take a spoonful. It's soft, silky, and yes, there's fish, the texture of dessert, the taste of Tuesday's leftovers. The sweetness of custard clashes with the savory fish, like two minor characters forced to kiss in a bad novel. And yet, it's not horrible, just deeply confusing. The Victorians had a knack for blending categories. Sweet and savory weren't separated as strictly as they are today. Custards weren't always sweet. Many were served as first courses or sides. Egg-based dishes with cream, herbs, and seafood were seen as refined, especially when piped into scallop shells or molded into elaborate floral forms. But this was pushing it. Historians still argue whether fish custard was meant as a joke, a statement, or just a misguided attempt at fusion cuisine long before that term existed. What's certain is that it appeared in more than one cookbook, usually under innocent names like white pudding or ocean bake. You chase it with a sip of water, but the taste lingers, custard soft but fish firm. You think it's over. Then the second dish arrives, a shallow cup, half frozen. Inside, anchovy ice cream. No, you didn't mishear. Victorians, in their relentless pursuit of innovation and flair, occasionally froze fish into desserts. Not commonly, not frequently, but intentionally. Anchovy ice cream was among the more notorious entries in the Victorian dinner playbook. Served at fashionable banquets to guests who could neither leave nor protest, it was churned with cream, salt, and the finest mashed anchovies imported from the Mediterranean. You dip a spoon into the frozen surface. It scoops reluctantly, like a creature refusing to wake. You taste it, cold, salty, creamy, and undeniably anchovy. It doesn't try to hide. It doesn't apologize. The fishy, umami blast hits like a prank and finishes like a challenge. You're not sure if you're eating dessert or vengeance, but context is everything. The Victorian elite loved to surprise their guests with unusual flavor pairings. This was the era that invented savory jelly, meat ice creams, and spiced cream custards with veal. Food was an event. Dinner was theater. And anchovy ice cream? That was the final act. There are records of entire frozen courses being presented at prestigious dinner parties, featuring lobster sorbet, asparagus ice, and yes, anchovy cream in molded flower shapes. Some guests smiled, others fainted. Everyone talked about it later. You try a second bite, not because you want to, but because your brain is still catching up. And weirdly, it's growing on you, not in a delicious way, more like Stockholm Syndrome for your palate. At the edge of the room, a footman lights a candle that smells faintly of lemon and, perhaps appropriately, confusion. Another tray appears, this time, mercifully, with actual dessert. You ask what it is. Calf's foot jelly. The maid replies with the serene smile of someone who's seen things. With midnight garnish? Of course it is. You steel yourself, because next up, we're heading back into the world of aspic. this time served as refreshment. Yes, they're going to pour you a drink made from boiled leg, and you're going to smile, because that's what Victorians did. The candlelight flickers slightly as the tray is placed before you. A single glass goblet catches the glow, refracting it through something pale gold and trembling. The liquid inside is not quite liquid. It holds its shape, just barely, like it knows it isn't welcome at this part of the evening, but has arrived anyway, out of sheer Victorian determination. This is calf's foot jelly, served chilled, in a goblet, as a refined midnight refreshment. You pick it up. It's cold, surprisingly heavy. The jelly glistens, and when you tilt the glass, it moves, but only slightly. This is not your average wobble. This is the slow sway of boiled collagen turned into architecture. You sip, or rather, you attempt to sip. It's more of a slurp. The jelly slips forward in one gelatinous chunk and coats your tongue like a friendly ghost wearing silk gloves. It tastes of citrus, faint lemon, maybe a touch of Madeira wine, but underneath it all, there it is, that whisper of boiled bone, like your mouth just stepped into a Victorian apothecary and licked the windowsill. And yes, it was normal, because while we visited aspics and jellied meats before, this sweet calf's foot jelly was different. This was fancy. This was delicate. This was the thing that your great aunt served in crystal dishes with edible gold leaf on top and pretended not to know it was made from simmered livestock limbs. Let's walk through it. To make this jelly, you begin by boiling actual calves' feet. 4, if you're feeling thorough, for 8 to 12 hours. Not just the meat, but the bones, sinew, and cartilage. All the parts that don't normally show up on a place card. As it boils, the collagen breaks down into gelatin, creating a rich, sticky broth. Once strained and clarified, it's flavored with lemon, Madeira, or sherry, and poured into molds to cool. No added gelatin here. The cow did all the work. Historians still argue whether calf's foot jelly was invented for medicinal purposes or as a showpiece of domestic skill. Possibly both. It appeared in every well-to-do household's recipe book, from Mrs. Rundle's Domestic Cookery to Eliza Acton's Modern Cookery. Served in tall glasses or molded into delicate shapes, it was considered elegant, refined, and very, very Victorian. You chew slightly, which feels wrong. You're drinking dessert, and it's chewing back. And this wasn't just for dessert. Midnight suppers, popular among the upper class after dances or late-night theater, often featured calf's foot jelly alongside cold roast chicken and dainty sandwiches. The idea was to serve something light, but also fortifying. Something that wouldn't upset delicate constitutions, but would gently remind the body that it's still alive. Jelly, after all, was practically medicine. It was recommended for invalids, children, the elderly, new mothers, and occasionally overstressed poets. Its high protein content made it a go-to for recovery. Doctors prescribed it as a way to rebuild tissue and stimulate appetite. It was believed to be restorative, dignified, and completely devoid of scandal. Unless, of course, you found out where it came from, which many guests at the time chose not to ask about. They ate or drank the jelly with serene detachment, murmuring polite approval while studiously avoiding eye contact with the footman carrying the next round. You take another sip. A bit of lemon peel slides across your tongue like a tiny lifeboat fleeing a broth-based tragedy. There's a floral note, rose water. Maybe it's almost pleasant. Almost. Victorian cooks got creative. Some added fruit pieces, like preserved cherries or orange segments. Others layered different flavors. Sherry on the bottom, lemon on top. A few risk takers even attempted marbling. Half milk jelly, half wine. The results were often alarming, but always admired for effort. Children were, unsurprisingly, less enthused. Letters and diaries mentioned jelly being too strange, or like Aunt Millicent's perfume, but with sadness. One child famously described it as what a candle must taste like when it's pretending to be pudding. But for adults, calf's foot jelly was a status symbol. It required time, patience, and access to both calves, and someone willing to boil them for half a day. Households would compare the clarity of their jelly. The more transparent, the better. There were even contests. The clearest jelly cup, awarded annually at regional fairs, complete with embroidered ribbon and probable gastrointestinal confusion. You tilt your glass. The jelly slumps lazily toward the edge. You spoon out the rest, letting it melt slowly across your tongue like a secret. It's quiet food, somber, yet strangely comforting. And then, just as you're setting the glass down, the hostess claps her hands lightly. A silver tray is brought forth. On it, a pot, steam rising. It smells like coffee, but not coffee, because the Victorians never liked to leave well enough alone. No. You're about to drink coffee made from roasted carrots. And somehow, that's going to be okay. The silver pot is polished to a mirror shine, its spout shaped like a lion's mouth. Dramatic, slightly ridiculous, and very on brand for a culture that thinks jelly is a beverage. The scent that curls out from its lid is almost coffee. Toasty, warm, even inviting. But something's off. You peer inside. It's dark, rich looking, slightly oily on the surface. You're handed a cup, bone china, of course, and the steaming liquid is poured in. You raise it to your lips, and immediately your nose tells you the truth. This is not coffee. This is roasted carrot coffee, and you're going to drink it. You sip. The flavor is earthy, bitter, but not in the bold, robust way. Coffee slaps you awake. This is the bitterness of vegetables trying to act tough. There's a faint sweetness underneath, like a roasted parsnip in disguise. It's not terrible. It's not delicious. It's committed. And Victorians loved a commitment. Roasted carrot coffee emerged during times of shortage and frugality, times when real coffee beans were either too expensive or considered unnecessary indulgence. Instead, inventive cooks roasted carrots, chicory, beets, and even acorns until blackened, then ground them into a coarse powder, boiled the mixture, and strained it through muslin. What resulted was a drink that looked like coffee, poured like coffee, and even warmed like coffee, but absolutely refused to be coffee. Historians still argue whether these substitutes were embraced for taste or simply endured out of necessity. Some insisted they preferred the mild digestive properties of root-based brews. Others likely missed the caffeine and cried quietly into their handkerchiefs. Your cup clinks gently on the saucer as you take a longer sip. There's a roasted flavor here. Burnt sugar, toast, maybe even smoke. It's not trying to replace coffee. It's trying to out-Victorian it, which is to say, more moral, more medicinal, and twice as earnest. Chicory was the most common base, imported from Belgium and France, but local versions relied on whatever root was at hand. Carrots were the favorite, easy to grow, easy to burn, and apparently eager to play the role of breakfast beverage. The preparation was an ordeal. First, you sliced the carrots thin and dried them completely. Then, roasted them until nearly black. Ground them with a hand mill. Then steeped the mixture in hot water until a rich dark hue was achieved. Add milk or treacle if you had it. And if not, drink it hot and pretend to enjoy it, like a proper Victorian. There were even coffee houses that sold these alternatives proudly, boasting that their brew was free from stimulants and gentler to the spleen. Which, to be honest, sounds like the pitch for most Victorian romances. Some recipes tried to improve things. Carrot coffee with cinnamon. Carrot coffee with cloves. One particularly daring cookbook suggests adding brandy, which is either a confession or a cry for help. Still, there's a strange honesty to the drink. It's not pretending to be glamorous. It's not frothy or iced or spiced to distraction. It's just what happens when you burn a vegetable until it changes species. And while the elites often turned up their noses, the working classes drank gallons of the stuff, especially during economic slumps or wartime shortages. It was warm. It was filling. It was brown. What else do you need? Children drank it too, often with extra milk and sugar. It was served as a morning beverage to those not quite old enough for tea. There's an 1874 school menu that lists stewed oats, carrot coffee, plain bread. If that doesn't inspire excellence, nothing will. You finish your cup. It hasn't grown on you exactly, but it's not unwelcome. It feels like something your intestines respect, even if your tongue isn't entirely convinced. But more importantly, it's led you here. To the last room of the night, a small table, a single lamp, and a saucepan of milk slowly being warmed on the fire. It's a soothing sight, until you see what's floating in it. Is that lettuce? Yes. Yes, it is. You're about to drink hot milk infused with lettuce leaves, and it's going to tuck you in like only Victorian culinary witchcraft can. You step quietly into the coziest room you've seen yet. The walls are lined with books, most unread, some unopened. There's a rocking chair in the corner, and beside it, a kettle bubbling gently over a low flame. The scent is warm, familiar, slightly sweet. And then it hits you. It smells like salad. On the table, a teacup, a ladle, and a small saucepan filled with milk infused with lettuce. The Victorian answer to counting sheep. A thin, pale leaf floats across the surface like a ghost ship adrift in a dairy sea. You stare at it. It stares back. You ladle some into your cup. The milk is warm, not hot, and has taken on the faint green hue of something trying to camouflage itself as medicine. You lift the cup, you sip, and you are immediately tucked in by a leaf. The flavor is delicate, surprisingly mild. There's the softness of steamed greens, the warmth of milk, and a strange whisper of lettuce tea. If that sounds calming, it is. If it also sounds slightly like a mistake, it is that, too. But in the Victorian era, this was more than a sleepy time beverage. It was a remedy for insomnia, for nerves, for female distress, and melancholy humors. And it wasn't just folklore. It was written into medical handbooks and household guides. Lettuce, you see, was believed to contain natural sedatives, a property called lactucarium, sometimes referred to as lettuce opium, was thought to calm the nerves and ease agitation. And while actual effects are, let's say, mild to non-existent, Victorians were very into milk, plus something weird, health. So if you couldn't sleep, your doctor might recommend a cup of boiled lettuce milk before bed. Historians still argue whether the real power of this drink came from its ingredients or simply from the ritual. After all, sitting quietly in candlelight, sipping warm milk while imagining a plant gently whispering, "Hush now," into your spine. Well, it has its effects. The preparation was simple. Take a few leaves of lettuce, preferably from a garden you refer to as the kitchen plot. Rinse well. Simmer gently in milk, cow's milk, of course, until the leaves go limp and the liquid absorbs that faintly vegetal soul. Strain. Serve warm, not scalding. Add nutmeg or a drop of rose water. If you're feeling decadent, you take another sip. The lettuce has done its job. It's softened the milk, made it earthy, soothing. The aftertaste is faintly herbal, like chamomile with commitment issues. You feel your shoulders drop. Your eyes flutter for a second. This was Victorian sleep science, such as it was. Warm, quiet, edible. There's a mention of this recipe in several home guides. One from 1862 states, "Let not the mind wander, nor the belly fret. For lettuce, steeped in cow's kindness, shall calm thee unto slumber," which is basically Victorian NyQuil. But this wasn't just a bedtime drink. Some believed lettuce milk helped quiet overexcited children, soothe pregnant women, and in one particularly strange pamphlet was suggested as a cure for the urge to gamble, which is very specific. It was also thought to be modest. Lettuce was a humble vegetable, and therefore morally superior to more flamboyant herbs like mint or licorice. The kind of leaf you'd trust with your emotional well-being. The kind of leaf that wouldn't lie to you about anchovy ice cream. You glance at the empty cup in your hands. The last fleck of lettuce clings to the bottom like it wants to be remembered. A bell chimes softly. A maid offers a thin biscuit, just one, for modesty, and invites you to rest a moment before the final courses. Because what's next is game, as in hunted, cooked, and possibly wearing fur. The Victorians didn't just roast pigeon or pluck pheasants. They went for squirrels and called it lunch. The drawing room seems to shift around you. The fire glows lower now, as if bracing for what's next. The window creaks. A soft breeze carries the scent of damp forest floor and, unexpectedly, rosemary. You follow it into a smaller side chamber with antlers on the walls and a bearskin rug on the floor, its glassy eyes staring upward in eternal confusion. A silver platter is placed before you. Upon it lies a slice of squirrel pie. Yes, that squirrel. Browned crust, flaky edges, and just peeking out of the corner, something that looks alarmingly like a tiny paw. You remind yourself you've already eaten jellied eels, fish custard, and raw egg and wine. You are stronger now, wiser, slightly pickled. You cut into the pie. The crust gives way to a rich, savory filling. Shredded meat, dark and gamey, studded with root vegetables, and stewed in a rich gravy laced with juniper and black pepper. The meat smells like rabbit, but wilder, woodsy, slightly defiant. You take a bite. It's tender, rich. The flavor is somewhere between chicken and duck, with the texture of slow-cooked stew meat. There's a hint of sweetness from parsnip and a whisper of smoke, probably from the fireplace it was cooked in. And you realize, this is good. Victorians, especially those in the countryside, ate a lot of squirrel. Red squirrels were native, common, and until the late 1800s, considered perfectly respectable game, particularly in estates with expansive gardens or managed woodlands. Squirrels were both a nuisance and a snack. Historians still argue whether squirrel was ever considered fashionable among the upper classes, or simply tolerated as country fare. But there's no doubt it appeared in both humble and aristocratic kitchens, especially during leaner seasons. Recipes abounded: squirrel stew, simmered with onions, garlic, and a dash of vinegar; squirrel ragout, served with cream sauce and fresh herbs; squirrel and suet pudding, which is exactly what it sounds like. But squirrel pie reigned supreme. Easy to portion, easy to disguise, and satisfying in that earthy, vaguely illicit way. It was often made in deep dish style, sometimes topped with mashed potato, and frequently seasoned with sage and thyme. Classic cover up the gamey bits herbs. You take another bite. It's comforting in a strange, post-hunt kind of way. You imagine a Victorian boy dragging home 2 squirrels with pride, handing them to his mother, and later being handed back a slice of something steaming and brown. Of course, the dish had its critics. Some considered squirrels unhygienic vermin, especially once the gray squirrel was introduced from America and started its long, furry conquest across the British Isles. Suddenly, squirrel eating began to carry a certain social stigma, so rustic, so colonial. But before the grays arrived, the red squirrel was just another woodland snack, like hedgehogs or pheasants or eels. Urban households occasionally received squirrel meat from relatives in the countryside. One 1885 letter records a box arriving in London containing 3 skinned squirrels, half a dozen parsnips, and a cake made from lard and secrets. The squirrels were turned into pie and served to guests who were politely not informed until after the meal. This was considered good hosting. You pause for a moment, savoring the flaky crust. There's a surprising refinement to it. It's not just meat and pastry. It's a conversation about class, empire, and resourcefulness. Because let's not forget, the Victorian Empire stretched far and wide, and with it came a massive appetite, not just for power, but for protein. Colonial hunting clubs documented monkeys, porcupines, flying foxes, and more. Squirrel was practically tame by comparison. In British India, game pies were status symbols, sometimes stuffed with 5 or 6 kinds of meat, including squirrel, pigeon, hare, and guinea fowl, all wrapped in a golden dome of pastry, carried to the table like a trophy. The guests would clap politely. The squirrel would sigh silently inside. You reach the last bite. The meat is darker here, closer to the bone, but no less tender. There's a crisp herb, maybe marjoram. You chew slowly, thoughtfully. A squirrel once darted up a tree. Now, it warms your insides. You set your fork down, and then notice something odd. A small bowl beside your plate. Inside, cheese, but not normal cheese. This one is alive. You lean in and realize your next Victorian delicacy comes with its own ecosystem. Yes, you're about to eat cheese filled with mites. And yes, they're still moving. The bowl is unassuming, rustic, ceramic with a faint crackle glaze, like it's seen generations of questionable decisions. But what lies inside is anything but subtle. It's cheese, and it is very much alive. The surface is speckled with a fine brown dust. You lean in, expecting spices. But no, those specks are legs, tiny, crawling, wriggling, moving as one across the rind. You've arrived at the final frontier of Victorian daring, mite-infested cheese, also known as mite cheese, living cheese, or, as some documents poetically phrased it, the cheese that watches you back. The proper term is Milbenkäse, adopted from German traditions, but embraced by adventurous Victorians who wanted their dairy to feel more like a pet than a product. This delicacy was aged not with time or temperature, but with a colony of cheese mites, microscopic critters that chew through the rind, digest proteins, and leave behind something that's apparently delicious. And by delicious, we mean cheesily confrontational. You take a cautious whiff. The aroma is intense, nutty, sharp, a little dusty, somewhere between blue cheese and an old leather book that survived a fire and a nervous breakdown. A small wedge is offered. The mites, mercifully, are no longer wriggling on this slice. They've done their work and passed on, presumably to that great dairy wheel in the sky. You place it on your tongue. It's dry, crumbly, sharp like cheddar raised on cliff edges. There's a funk to it, deep, primal, like the cheese itself remembers every dark cellar it has ever lived in. The flavor blooms slowly, earthy, nutty, with a peppery bite that tingles oddly on your gums. Historians still argue whether Victorians loved this cheese for the taste or simply for the thrill. Because in an age obsessed with self-control and social rigidity, what could be more rebellious than biting into something that might bite back? The process was delicate. Cheesemakers would rub the surface with rye flour to attract the mites. Over weeks, the insects would burrow into the rind, aerate the cheese, and accelerate fermentation. The resulting texture? Dense near the core, almost gritty at the edge, and dusted with what polite society called cheese bloom, and everyone else called mite dandruff. And yes, the mites were eaten. No one pretended otherwise. In fact, some hosts served it as a party piece. A wheel of living cheese would be brought out, uncovered with flourish, and guests would ooh and ah, some in admiration, others in trauma. A few brave souls would carve off fresh slices from the mite-busy side, while the less adventurous opted for the inner wedge. One 1879 dinner guest wrote, "Lady Elspeth offered me crawling cheese. I declined politely and was made to feel as though I had declined the queen herself. Children were often warned away, unless, of course, they were misbehaving, in which case a threatening wave of the mite cheese was said to restore order. There were similar cheeses across Europe. France had its wrinkled, washed rind horrors. Italy had casu marzu, the infamous maggot cheese. But Victorian Britain, ever the island of quiet judgment, embraced mite cheese with its particular brand of enthusiasm masked as restraint. They called it curiously piquant. They served it with port. You chew slowly. The aftertaste is dry, spicy, strangely addictive. It clings to your tongue, like it's trying to write its memoir. This wasn't everyday cheese. This was statement cheese, a food that dared you to acknowledge its process. That blurred the line between aged and animated, and that made you question how much you really wanted to impress your guests. Even etiquette manuals were conflicted. Some insisted it was rude to mention the mites. Others encouraged warning your neighbor just before they took a bite. The unwritten rule? If you asked what was crawling across your plate, you didn't belong at the table. And yet, the mites did good work. The cheese matured quickly, developed bold flavors, and became a delicacy among the brave. There were even debates about the best season for mite cheese: summer, for activity; winter, for storage; autumn, for emotional resilience. You finish your slice. Your tongue feels textured, like it's acquired a new surface. You reach for a sip of water, or brandy, or anything not alive. The butler clears your plate with the solemnity of someone who's seen too much dairy drama. And just when you think the weirdness has peaked, just when you begin to relax, another door opens, and through it floats something elegant, regal, feathery. On a silver tray sits a roast swan, its neck curled like a sleeping question mark. You are about to eat a bird once reserved for kings, and realize the only thing more unsettling than squirrel pie or mite cheese is a dish that thinks it's better than you. The roast swan arrives like a monarch, silent, pale, unsettlingly graceful. Its curved neck rests delicately atop a pillow of parsley. The skin is golden, glistening, and unnervingly perfect, as though the bird posed for a portrait before surrendering to the oven. You blink at it. A footman produces a knife, not a carving knife, but something resembling a saber, and slices into the breast with reverence, revealing tender, slightly dark meat beneath a lacquered crust. A spoon of wine-rich gravy follows, a hint of orange peel, a garnish that might be violets, or just the ghost of tastefulness. You are about to eat roast swan, once the culinary territory of royalty. Now the final act in your long, bewildering Victorian banquet. You lift your fork, spear a morsel, and take the bite. It's rich, dense, closer to goose than chicken. The flavor is iron-heavy, with notes of wild herbs and the faint tang of nobility. There's nothing subtle about it. The texture is slightly chewy, reminding you, politely, that this bird once floated majestically down a moat, judging everyone in silence. Roast swan was, for centuries, a symbol of privilege. By royal decree, all unmarked swans on open water belonged to the crown. Owning or eating one required a royal license, typically granted to the church, the aristocracy, or occasionally very wealthy merchants. You didn't just serve swan. You served it to remind your guests that you were very much above them. Historians still argue whether the swan was ever truly delicious, or simply respected out of tradition. Some accounts describe it as difficult, or requiring aggressive sauces. Others swooned over its rich flavor and robust presentation. Either way, it was an event. By the Victorian era, the tradition of roasting swans had begun to wane, but it never disappeared. At grand feasts, especially Christmas or coronation-themed banquets, roast swan might still make an appearance, flanked by peacocks, feathers intact, boars' heads, and sugar sculptures taller than most guests. Some presentations even included the swan's original feathers, reattached after roasting, so the creature appeared to be merely resting, not devoured. It was food as spectacle, as theater, as barely suppressed taxidermy. You chew another bite. It grows more assertive. The flavor clings like a velvet curtain, The gravy, thick and peppery, does its best to seduce your palate into silence. There's a Victorian recipe that suggests stuffing the swan with chestnuts, oysters, and truffles, all soaked in claret. Another calls for a sprig of rosemary in the beak to amuse the eye and cleanse the air. A third ends with a chilling instruction: gild the wingtips and present with a poem. Naturally, there was etiquette, of course. One must never carve the neck first. One must never eat the swan's foot in public. One must always comment on the quality of the roasting, even if the bird tasted like boiled upholstery. But the most fascinating part? Most Victorians never tasted swan at all. It remained a dish of myth, wealth, and storybook grandeur. For those who lived in cramped terraces or soot-stained tenements, roast swan was the stuff of legend. To eat it was to imagine oneself in a better chapter, one with titles, estates, and family portraits that didn't smell faintly of jam. And so, like all things in the Victorian table, swan was both food and fiction, a reminder of empire, of order, of grandeur that may or may not have ever really tasted good. You finish your slice? The meat is satisfying, regal, tiring. The silence after the final bite feels profound. The chandelier hums quietly overhead. The ghosts of aspics past whisper from the walls. Someone uncorks a bottle of port, but it feels unnecessary. You lean back in your chair. You have survived. And now, it's time to wind down. The fire has burned low. Shadows stretch softly across the room like sleepy cats. Outside, the wind has settled into a gentle hush. Nothing urgent, nothing sharp, just the sound of a world slowly exhaling. You shift in your seat, your belly comfortably full of strange and storied things: jelly, bone broth, buttered eel, and secrets sealed in crust. A culinary journey that twisted through pickled memories and perfumed delusions, across candlelit dining rooms and garden hedge fires, through clinking glasses and whispering napkins. You realize now that the Victorians weren't so much eating as orchestrating. Food wasn't just nourishment, it was identity, performance, expectation, a way to display class, or morality, or daring. Sometimes all three in a single wobbly dish. And you've seen it all. You've slurped toast water, nibbled candied petals. You've smiled politely through fish-flavored pudding and chewed the sins of empire disguised as dessert. You've bitten into history, and it has bitten back, gently, but with feeling. The room dims further. The final lamp flickers out. Only the soft glow of embers remains. You close your eyes. The chairs creak in sympathy. The tray is cleared somewhere far away. The last spoon is washed. The last squirrel forgiven. There is nothing left to chew, only to rest, to let the odd flavors fade, to let sleep settle in, like warm milk folded into lettuce leaves. No more courses tonight, no more surprises. Just calm, just quiet, just you, and the knowledge that whatever tomorrow's breakfast brings, it probably won't have mites. Good night.